What's up, everybody? My name is Lamont, and welcome back to the God is My Source podcast, where we bridge the gap between God, money, health, family, and relationships, transparently talking about our journeys, talking about what we've been through, what we're going through, and how God has steered us in this process. We appreciate Miss Shaudae for coming on the line today. She from Cleveland, Ohio, but she lives in Dallas, Texas, and she's been taken over in Dallas by storm. So we're going to get into her testimony. She's going to tell us what she got going on, and we just going to let God use us. Hopefully somebody can be, no, not hopefully, somebody will listen to this conversation, get closer to Christ, trust God more, find a purpose so they can do whatever God has called them to do. So we're going to open up with a word of prayer, and we're going to get right into it. Father God, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we thank you for this day. We honor you and praise you, Lord. We thank you for bringing us to this table so that we can talk about you, talk about your goodness, the things that you bring us through. We thank you that you allowed us to get the opportunity to talk to these people, to be able to show them your greatness. We thank you that each and every day you keep us, Lord. For you said that the blessing of the Lord makes us rich and adds no sorrow. So therefore we should not toil around for different things. You said, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto us. You said, if we seek your face, Father God, we will be in perfect peace. He whose mind is stayed on you shall be in perfect peace. And we thank you that we will trust in you with all our heart and lean not to our own understanding. All our ways we shall acknowledge you, and you shall direct our path. Some trust in horses, some trust in chariots, but we shall trust in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. We appreciate everything you do. Speak to us tonight. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. It is so and it shall be. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Shaudae in the building. She went to Central State with me. Woman of God. She holding it down. How you doing today?
I'm good. I don't have any complaints.
I mean, I'm just running around today.
She is. I put her in. I made her go to the room. So she in there watching Sister or somebody. She in there entertaining herself. She's 7, so that's the perfect age for entertainment of oneself. So she's running around here somewhere.
That's what's up. That's what's up. So let's talk to the people right quick. Let's introduce. You can introduce yourself to the people. Talk to them about a little bit. Tell them who is Shaudae? What is your testimony?
So I mean, that's a loaded question. I mean, because I can really go in different directions, but as far as business, what I have fell upon is doing advocacy work for neurodiverse children and adults. And neurodiverse just means neuro, brain, diverse, different are people with diagnosis that the diagnosis makes them think or act differently than what we would consider mainstream. There are 2.2 million kids diagnosed with a disorder that falls under neurodiversity. And these kids, they grow up to be adults. And most of the time they end up in, foster care, they end up in the system, they end up on the streets because they don't have the things that they need. And the parents and the families don't have the things that they need to give them fully functional lives. A lot of them, they are coming from parents that are trying their best, but when their parents pass away, they don't have anywhere to go, especially if they have disorders that have symptoms that are very problematic, like they can't think or eat or toilet themselves. They end up in, different systems. So what I do is I bridge the gap by creating and innovating different programs, standing up for them, doing advocacy work in the school districts, helping parents with teacher and parent training. And I also am in developmental stages of opening up an apartment building specifically for people that are neurodiverse, particularly for people that are on the more severe side of symptoms, because those are the people that really need it. If you can walk, talk, and eat, you can go through different trainings and things of that nature to get you ready for living independently. But for the people that will never live independently, they don't have anywhere to go. And as big as Texas is, Texas is ranked one of the worst states to live in if you have a child that's considered special needs, or if you have any type of disorder. There is a 6-month waiting list for psychiatrists. veterans are coming in from Iraq and things of that nature. As troops are coming in, they're being scaffolded into the VA system, and they are waiting 2 years to even receive a diagnosis, and then 6 months to get the medicine that they need. And even to then, by that time, they have to govern over themselves because they have PTSD. They've been overseas doing drugs and things of that nature. So not only are they going through a mind-bending process of being at war, they're also going through a process of cleaning their bodies of drugs. So they come over here and they doing whatever they're doing over there, and then they find it here in the US because they need to be able to function. And then they can't get jobs and things of that nature. So they fall under that neurodiverse. PTSD, autism, cerebral palsy are just a few that fall under that scope of neurodiverse. So what I do is I go out and I knock on people's doors. I make people uncomfortable. I demand that people that do these programs is making all this money, that they include not only the people that they can kind of tell them, sit here, stay here, don't move, all the way down to the people that don't even, they have the minds of 2-3-year-olds. So that's what I do. And I primarily focus on children more than I do adults, but I'm hoping to get into that adult sector within the next couple of years, if not this year.
Hey, Mark 11:23 said you have whatever you say. So if you speak that tonight, that's what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
That's dope though. So how did you even get into that? Because that's something that, I mean, I know about. We all know we have different children that are special needs, or different adults that are special needs. But how did you get into that?
You know, I came to Dallas right after I graduated Central. I graduated Central May 6, 2014. And then I was here by the 10th. So I literally went from the graduation stage to Texas grounds. And I started working for Adult Protective Services. And I was exposed to so many different older people that had all these disorders. And when I left there, I ended up working various jobs, but then I landed a job as a therapist in ABA, which is Applied Behavior Analysis, which is a therapy for kids with autism. It's like early intervention. It helps kind of rewire the brain while the brain is still forming, to teach kids with autism what we deem appropriate behavior. So, you know, how to request for food, and how to walk, and how to talk, and how to toilet, and how to regulate emotions and things of that nature. And I hated it. I hated it because it was like, it was so much going on. And the clinic that I was working for, they really didn't care about the kids. I mean, I'm having kids that are displaying self-injurious behavior, like they're head banging on the table, while I have another kid trying to elope, which means to run without direction, out of my classroom. So I just got really and they were only paying me like $13 an hour to do all of that. I came to Texas 5-6 months pregnant. I had a child, I had an apartment, I had to make money. So I was working 2 jobs, and I just got overwhelmed. And I was working in the north side of Dallas, which is predominantly rich and white. And I just felt like I got all this training. I've been paying attention. I've been working with these kids for a year. I want to go back to the south side of Dallas to give that enrichment back to Black and brown children, because these kids, the turnaround rate was ridiculous at the clinic, but the fact that they had people to turn around to is a blessing. You know, these people in the South, they don't even have ABA clinics. It's one ABA clinic to service below 30. It's like it's a highway called Interstate 30 that kind of splits the city in 2. And then anything below that, you have a lot of like Hispanic and Black people. And above that, you have a lot of like white and other nationalities that are on the richer scale. But there are parts south of 30 that are rich. Like you have the Black Beverly Hills, like Cedar Hill, DeSoto, but they don't even really have ABA clinics. So parents don't really have that option. So I got the opportunity to go into the school district. I went into the school district and I opened up a autism classroom for kids, specifically just kids with autism. And we lost the grant money and we had to close it down. They switched it to another school and I got pushed into special education. And again, I hated it because I'm not a teacher. I don't like to do that. when I was working with kids with autism, it was more social emotional. Now that's my AOR, my area of expertise. And when I got pushed into the classroom, I was just like, I can't do it. And I hated my job because I knew that the district wasn't doing everything they could for the kids. And I was a first-time teacher, and I was so confused on how to really like give and pour into these kids. I would pray before I would walk into the school, and I would feel like the prayer was still sitting in my car somewhere. I'm like, it didn't make it past the roof of my car. And that uncomfortability was God preparing me to move on. Hey. Because I think that God really, it just depends on the relationship that you have with God. And that's I think that's the number one thing that I love God the most for, is that God is such a big God that he can have all these individual relationships with different people. And it's crazy to me. It's mind blowing to me, because God knows if I don't make her uncomfortable to the point where she's about to lose it, she's not going to move, because I like stability. I haven't had a lot of stability in my life. So when I get stability, I like to hold on. I like to hoard stability, rather it's a job or people. Like I have a hard time letting go of things that is serving other purposes, and other purposes, i.e. my bills. I have a child, I have bills, I have to buy food, I have to do all this stuff. And I left. I ended up getting separated from the district, and I actually called you. I had a dream about Salah respite. I was praying, and I was just asking God. I was like, I don't know what to do, because I'm not gonna last in the school. I just cannot do it. Like, my spirit is broken. I'm like crying on my way to work, and it's just not working out. So what is it that I'm supposed to do? Because I know you didn't call me to do this, and I'm feeling this uncomfortable. But I also told God, if this is my calling, give me a sense of comfort, so that I know that it's something that I need to be doing. And maybe I'm being selfish. Maybe I'm trying to change the trajectory that you're putting me on. And that's not something that I want to do. But the feeling remained. And I ended up having a dream about a respite care service, like a nanny care service for kids with autism. And I talked to you, and you was like, do it. And I'm like, okay, I'm about to do it. So I made Serenity's dad mad, because that year I didn't split the income tax check. I called him 2 days before I got in and was like, look, I have to use all this money to start this business. I'm really, really sorry. Like, this is not me trying to be vindictive or mean, but I need all this money because I need to follow what God is telling me to do, because the dream was so detailed. It was so detailed, the name of the business, the concept, everything was in this one dream. And I just knew that it was time to move. I had the dream first. And then a year later, I was out of the school district. They wanted me to do another test for my K through 12, because they were trying to put me in the classroom permanently, and I was not having it. And so when you don't do that, it's called a separation from the district. So basically you lose your teacher pay and they put you on sub pay. And I wasn't having that either. But I thought that the day that they served me the papers, the separation papers, that I would be so upset and scared, but I was relieved. And the day that I got those papers, I was leaving out of the school, and I just felt like, you know what? God's gonna handle this, because I'm out. I'm happy that I don't never have to step another foot in this school ever again. As a teacher anyway, And the day that I got my papers was the day that the LLC turned 1. The exact day. I went on Facebook, and you know how Facebook loves to remind us of our past, your posts from 2009 and 10, and you'd be like, oh God, what was I talking about? But on that day, I opened up my Facebook app as I'm walking out of the building, and it says on this day, and it's me announcing that I bought the LLC. And I just ran with it. I started out as a sole party orator, just doing nanny care for kids on the spectrum. And then I started getting so many clients that I needed to hire new people. And in 2018, I was governing over 50 to 100 nannies between here and Houston. And I loved it. I loved getting all the feedback, but it was very stressful at the same time. But it was like one of those things where you don't mind the stress because you're in that purpose. And I just fell in love with the kids. I used to carry, I still to today, present day, I still carry a nanny caseload, even though Salah Respite is closed because of COVID. Because now the industry of hiring people have changed. People don't want to work in people's homes. And I can understand it. And I'm not taking it personal at all. Because when I had to lay everybody off, it was really hard for me because I'm taking away these people's livelihoods. But if you can make $16, $17, $18 from the comfort of your own home, working in a call center, and you don't have to worry about a neurodiverse kid, and everything and all the stress that comes with that, because it can be stressful, then why wouldn't you? And then you can kind of focus on your own home life. You're at home, you can pick up your kids when you need to pick them up. You can do, it's for the convenience. And I can understand. I'm 28, I'm a millennial. Convenience is my last name. So I prayed again and God told me to pivot. And so I went into consulting. I started consulting with churches and police departments, doing trainings for on the boots people that were going to be face-to-face with kids and adults that are neurodiverse. And then I started doing speaking engagements for the International Nanny Association. That was my first international threshold. And I'm, urging nanny companies to open up spaces and get the training that they need for kids that have diagnosis, because it's not going to change. We don't know what's going to happen. Like and it's not even about the vaccine, but it's like, we don't know how people start passing on genes that cause their kids to have disabilities. Is it something that we're eating? Is it something in the air? Is it the vaccines? Is it the food? Or is it just natural composition? And we're just now, just like with racism and police brutality, it's always been there, but now we just are now seeing it because of social media, because now we're all connected from our devices. And with these kids, it's like, you can, look up in history of people being really like cruel to people, other people that are different from them, putting them in the medieval times. If you had a kid that wasn't, what we know is probably either mental health or neurological disorders or something, or they don't have enough chromosomes or anything like that, they have a disability, they would hide them in closets and cellars and attics, and they would never let them out because that was a disgrace to the family. People used to really think that people with disabilities were cursed.
For real?
Yes. And so it really kind of gives you a link to think about in the Bible, because in the Bible, it talks about the man that slept among graves and how he was eating rocks and doing all these things. Like, we can see that today. Somebody can have schizophrenia. So are we going through a mental health crisis right now? Or are we going through a spiritual war right now? Because there's no mental health diagnosis that makes you like laugh uncontrollably or give with an open heart. It's all mixed up in like terrible things. It's always, if you're schizophrenic, you hear voices telling you to kill other people or kill yourself, or you see different illusions, and it's never anything that's fulfilling. It's always something dark. Why is that? Why does the human brain, when it has a chemical imbalance, always go into the negative? So it makes you think about mental health, and is that intertwined in spirituality? Because to me, I went to Dallas Baptist for my master's, which is a very conservative Christian school. And I wrote a thesis on mental health and possession. Are we giving people pills to take? Because even when you watch a scary movie or you hear about an exorcism or something like that, it has physical health ramifications. And you can see that in mental health as well. So are we just treating the symptoms and forgetting that this might be a spiritual attachment? Because most mental health happens, most disorders and mental health and things of that nature. And this is not like autism or anything like that, because we know that's something that people are born with. But when it comes to schizophrenia and all these other things, which I also specialize in, because we have kids that are being diagnosed with schizophrenia at 7, 8 years old. They're being diagnosed with bipolar disorder at 5 and 6 before their brains can even form fully. And so, but when it comes to working with adults and teenagers, mental health always arises during those shift years. Your early teens, when you're kind of going through that who am I phase. And then when you go through the shift between 18 and 19, you get to college or you're not, you graduate high school and you figure it out again, what am I doing? And when tragedy strikes, so many people are like, I didn't have anxiety. Like I didn't know that I had anxiety and it was exacerbated after my mom died. But when my mom died, something in me shifted. And I started having all these panic attacks and headaches, and I'm like not being able to think clear, and I'm drinking all the time and things of nature. That's a shift. That's an open window for the devil to play in. So with that being said, my mission is to catch kids before they can even get to that point. Because once you start living in a diagnosis, like if a kid is diagnosed with autism at 3 or 4, there's a good chance that it's early intervention. You can start, building those blocks, and parents have a couple of years before the kids get big enough. If they have adverse behaviors, they're small. So if you have a 3-year-old hitting you, that's easy to pick them up, sit them down, kind of redirect them physically. But if you're waiting until they're 8 or 9, that's different. And so my goal is to educate parents on the symptoms of certain diagnoses, so that way these parents are not deteriorating alongside their children. And then they get these, codependencies on their children as well, because they drop their, who they are naturally. And because you have to switch. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're maternal or paternal, it doesn't matter. You have to now pick up a role that you didn't think that you were gonna. Nobody, when they get pregnant or when they find out their wife or their girlfriend or whoever is pregnant, they never envision themselves wiping their kid's butt at 16, their kid being in diapers at 17, their kids being 6 or 7, not talking, not having functional communication. They're not thinking that, my kid is going to be kicked out of school and I'm not going to have any money because now I have to be a primary caregiver, and the state is just shrugging their shoulders. And most of the funds that goes into helping kids and adults with these disorders, they go into research. They're not even giving the money to help the people that are here right now. And that's what I'm fighting for. Don't look for a cure. Look for functional ways to help the people that have the kids now, because these are the people that need it the most. Now, if you want to do other stuff for a cure, go at it. Have it. You got it.
It sounds like you about to be walking into the schools casting out demons.
Hello, because I'm telling everybody's business. So what I'm working on right now is I don't want to say that it's just Dallas or anybody else. It really just depends on who is over the special education program.
Okay.
There are people in special education programs that hold information from parents so that they don't know all their rights. They give you a thick book, this much material, and tell you these are all your rights. I'm not about to sit here and read that. I don't even have a kid that have a diagnosis, and I can barely read through the announcements. Once in a while I get to paragraph 2, I'm clocked out. I'm done, because at the end of the day, I'm at home. I want to be a parent. I don't want to be a teacher. And we know that education starts at home, but I feel like any parent, all parents mostly feel like that. But to give someone that has a kid with a diagnosis and they're dealing with their behaviors and their hopes and their dreams, and then they have to deal with their internal fears and revelations, to give them that much, and then everything is in, you know, legal jargon. Instead of telling them, giving them glossaries and things of that nature, they're not doing that. So parents are reading this and it's like they're reading old Hebrew. You know, they reading the King James version of what their kids need in the school district. I'm trying to give them the NIV. I'm trying to give them the message. You know?
They can't afford no lawyer or nothing like that. For real, for real.
Exactly. So, and even if you do, it's like once you sign off on the ARD, which is the meeting that you have to get your kid in special education, once you sign off of it, it's over. You can ask for it to be reopened, but then it's a harder fight because you've already said yes. So my goal is to educate parents on how to advocate for their children. I've created an ebook that goes over the entire spectrum of special education. And I've gotten a couple of emails, you know, from people that they don't want all that information out because it's going to cause problems for them, because where there is rights, there are stipulations. Parents can now ask and request and demand things that they're, you know, rightfully own, they have that right to. And it makes the school district work a little harder. And I can understand from both sides. Because creating a IEP, which is like the plan, educational plan for kids that are in special education, it used to take me 10 hours to do one ARD paperwork. It's a lot of work.
So I got a question too. So you just label throughout this process, you label, it's a couple different levels to this, I'm guessing. Mm-hmm. So you got certain people to deal with, like you can be as small as you just don't learn as fast as people, to, like you said, you got schizophrenia, then you got autism, and then you have I don't know what the other, cerebral palsy. That's the one with the wheelchair, correct?
Yeah. I mean, some of them are in wheelchairs, mostly. It just depends on the kid, because some of them can walk with the walkers and things of that nature.
Okay. So I'm assuming, I'm not saying that you doing this yourself, but I'm assuming that it's never like, it sounds to me that it hasn't been a clear plan of action to try to escalate this situation to where we're helping these people basically get up and become regular people.
Yeah, it's because it's so much, because it's like you said, it's different levels. So when people ask me what I do, they're like, okay. I'm like, well, I do this and I do this and I advocate this, and that. And they're like, that's a lot. And I'm like, yeah, because it's so much that needs to be done. So when I find that, okay, this is something, like, for example, like first I was just focused on just nanny care, getting proper care for children that have a diagnosis in the home so the parents can have regular lives. And I've had parents that are on 3-4 different medications just to be able to function throughout the day. I have had I've had a married couple, I've had a husband look me in the face and tell me, if respite doesn't help us get a break, I will divorce my wife, because I will not live my life like this. And I will leave this family. We went a month and did. A kid that they adopted. When you get into this industry, and I think everybody should work in it at least once, because if you're not done having kids, if you want your kids to have kids, you know, you're gonna probably have at least one family member with a diagnosis of autism or some type of neurological disorder. So it's coming.
Blind people be considered blind or deaf people?
No, that's more of like a physical, you know, but I mean, they have their challenges, you know, depending on where you are in the world and how much money your family has and things of that nature, because you have to learn Braille and things of that nature. And if you look at the educational system now with COVID, you think they're really teaching kids Braille right now? And can we really blame the teachers? I mean, you got 32 kids and 16 of them got COVID, and they want you to be at work on Monday? What? So, and just like, I hate to even quote him, but it's like, Trump said we're number 44 in the educational system, but America is number 1 for war tactics. So all of our money is going into people puffing their chest out and measuring genitals and things of that nature. That's what it is. It's a power struggle to where our government is
I ain't gonna lie. I like how you just politically said the funniest thing.
I'm gonna keep it clean because it's not that type of podcast, okay? But it's really like, I love what I do. And it has not been easy on me. It hasn't been easy on me emotionally, physically, mentally, or financially. Like, I'm just now digging myself out of a hole. I mean, I've almost been evicted 14 times. But almost doesn't count. Because you can almost win the lottery, and that don't mean nothing. But I almost got
prosper. He said,
yeah,
he said it wasn't gonna form. He just said it wasn't gonna prosper.
Exactly. So, and sometimes, we think of blessings just as financial, and we forget to praise God for the manna. It's not a sirloin steak, and it ain't, the potatoes with the crust on top of it. It may just be, some noodles in a jug of water, but you ain't gonna die. And being in that space, but telling God I'm gonna still walk has been a testimony to me as well, because I have been able to see the hand of God move month after month after month after month after month after month, to where there has been times where I'm 2 days away from eviction, and my friends are calling me like, what you gonna do? You being stupid. And I'm like, God will provide. And the next day, I got enough to pay my rent and your rent, all in the same swoop. And so I think in order to be an entrepreneur, you really have to be called to it. I would not tell anyone, no matter how good the idea is, to go into entrepreneurship unless God called you into it. Because it's not that you won't make enough money or you're going to go broke or things, because that's not the only detriment that you can have, but you can make a whole bunch of money and still feel empty inside. You can buy the biggest house, have the nicest cars, and still have not one person call and check on you that's actually genuine.
Mm-hmm.
And so people have to really think of life as like a whole, not as just something that you look upon, but things that are on the inside, because it's the core of the earth that really keeps it together. It's not the atmosphere that keeps the world together. That's a big part, but it's the core of the earth, because all of that, magnets and stuff like that, that's all a part of that. And then the universe has something to do with it. But at the core of everything you do, you need to do it through God, and know that it's not always going to be fun. It's going to be 98% bad, 2% fun. Because even when you get the money, now you got to learn how to keep the money. And then it's like, once you get to keep the money, now you have to start worrying. And then even with money, you have to worry about people in general and all that. So it's like, entrepreneurship is definitely, I would not, like I said, when I was at Central, people was like, oh, you should do this, you should do that. I'm like, girl, I'm going to go find me a job making $100K, and then I'm going to marry rich. I'm going to quit my job, give this man some babies, and then that's it. That's all I'm going to do. That was my life plan. But God was like, no, I'm not, you're not doing that. And so, if God didn't, I've wanted to get out of entrepreneurship for a while, but it's like what the Bible says. It's like, I forgot who it was in the Bible, but they're being persecuted for telling the gospel. And someone asked them, why don't you just stop? And they said, because whenever I stop, it's like fire shut up in my bones and I have to release it. And that's what it is for me. It's like, if I was to leave entrepreneurship and leave this mission behind me, I wouldn't feel right. I would not be fulfilled. And I would just feel like I'm in the pits. And the crazy thing, and what I believe, is that, you know how Moses set out and all these people, the Israelites, set out to go to the promised land, right? But they couldn't quite get it right. And that generation died without seeing the promise. My mom owned a daycare for years, an in-home daycare. My mom worked with people, what they call in Ohio, MRDD. And it's basically, they still call people in Ohio mentally retarded, which is crazy because we don't use the R word
like
around here.
On the books.
Yes, and it still say mentally retarded. Yes. So Cleveland, we need to catch up. Okay, I love my city, but we a little slow. Okay, we gotta keep up. And so I really felt like, you know, somewhere in her path, God stopped her and started mine. So I'm really feeling like it's the actress that is the captain of that new Star Trek movie with Whoopi Goldberg. She did an interview on The View, and she was talking about how people that set the stage for us, that we are their accomplishment, because they are the ones that forged the path, made it possible for us to do that. And now I feel like I'm able to give homage to my mother in that way too, because I'm finishing what she started on a greater scale. And if I don't finish this, then I'm kind of switching around my own daughter's destiny, because God told Adam and Eve, multiply and be fruitful. They couldn't do it. He ended up ending the world with the flood. But then he told Noah and his family the same thing. Be fruitful and multiply, which that should tell you that whatever God says to do, rather it come from you, or you, it's gonna get done. And if you forego your purpose, you may be messing up somebody else's purpose. You may be you might be predispositioning your own children's purpose, because you weren't either God made it that way for you to be that step ladder. But as we've seen in the Bible, Moses predispositioned Jacob's who came after Joshua, right? Who was after him? Joshua. He predispositioned Joshua's his whole life. If Moses never said, no, God, I'm not going to do this because I have a stutter, and if he never threw the tablets, if he never did the things that he needed to do, that he did for God to be like, okay, you're not going to make it because now I got to take you off because you're not helping, you're hurting. Who knows what Jacob, what would have been happened, what his purpose would have been. Maybe he wouldn't have been in ministry at all. And so it is my mission for me to make sure that I'm not switching around my own daughter's life by unfulfilling what God has told me to do in this life. Because I really believe, and this is not in reference to my mother, it's just in reference into death. And I think that's a way that I'm thinking, because I'm still in that mourning phase, because it's only been 2 years, that you can get so far away from your purpose that God is just like, okay, just come home. Just like any good parent, you know, like if your mom tell you, Mom, go to the store and go get me some milk. Mom, go to the store, and you down the street playing with your friends, and you running around the corner playing with your bike, scraping up your knees, and she snatch you up and she say, you know what, go home. And then she tell your little brother, you go to the store and give me some milk. But the whole time your mom was thinking for him to go to around the corner to get some sugar from the lady down the street, you know? So we can change people's like predispositions in life if we don't fulfill that. And following God is it's hard. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. Like, I think of following God like a tightrope. You train for it when you have like small faith. When you first get into the faith, you know, you start praising God. You know, you first get baptized, you think everything is a blessing. You gotta, you go into the grocery store, it's a parking spot right there, and you just be like, yes, Lord, you knew Lord, you know my legs hurt. Okay, you know, it's like you praise God for the small stuff, and you start believing in Him for the small stuff, and then He sends trials and tribulations to build that endurance. Nothing that's gonna kill you or destroy you, but stuff that's gonna kind of rattle you, where He's like, I told you to come to me, the basics. And then you start getting this strong faith, and you start putting on the armor of God. You get into your word, you start building a community of believers around you, and then you can really go in and to fight. And fighting, whether you win or lose, it's not fun because it's exhausting. I mean, I haven't been in a lot of fights in my life, but the fights that I have went in and won or lost, I'm exhausted. And so it is the heart posture that we have to maintain in anything, because I think that entrepreneurship is so blown up because people don't want to work for other people. And I think it's more of a rebellion of the 9-to-5. And I think it's a fad of people in our generation. But a lot of people are missing out on their blessings and their purposes, because maybe your purpose is at that 9-to-5. Everybody is not, you know, meant to be millionaires and billionaires and have all this money and things of that nature. Robin Williams, I feel like the most treasured. This man never had no bad PR. This man has never been in a publicity stunt. I've never heard anything negative. He killed himself. Kate Spade hung herself with a $1,000+ cashmere scarf. Had every resource, every opportunity to get help, but it goes to show you that, yeah, money can buy some happiness, but money cannot buy joy. Money can buy happiness, but it cannot buy joy, because when you turn off the lights and you go to bed, it's just you and you. And if you are fighting yourself constantly, one day you're gonna lose. Because it's you against you. Somebody got to lose. So either you lose yourself physically or you lose yourself spiritually. And if you lose yourself spiritually, you're already dead. You're just walking around. Just here. Just doing stuff. And so for me, I see a lot of parents that have children that are neurodiverse, and it's just, I almost look at them like ghosts. Because they're just going from one day to the next, trying to hold it together, and then holding on to these Western ideals that, you know, parents have to be everything for their children, and moms are not supposed to complain about being mothers because you had the baby and X, Y, and Z. And, you know, it's people that I've met that never out loud told me like that for the first time, they said out loud, ever, I'm upset that I have a kid that has a disability. Because if you say that out loud, do you know how many people would tell you that you're a bad mother or you're a bad dad, you know, things of that nature? So my greatest joy is to give parents that space, because I'm in people's houses all the time. So you can't be in someone's house all the time and not connect with them on an intimate level. You know, like I'm talking to parents and I'm learning about them, and I'm talking to educators and I'm learning about them, and I'm talking to the siblings of the kids, even the kids of themselves that can't express themselves, and how it feels to be, you know, labeled and misguided and in this little box. But it's terrifying. I mean, I tell people all the time, imagine your worst day. Imagine your worst day ever. The worst, if you could think of one day that you went home and you was like, I don't want to talk to nobody, I don't want to see nobody, I don't want to drink no. It's like you don't want to drink, you don't want to smoke, you don't do none of that. It's like the first thing I'm gonna do is strip and get into bed. These parents are having those days, but then they gotta pull their kids up off the floor They got to make sure their kids are sleeping and they get their medication and that they pick them up from school and things of that nature. And then they have to turn around, and most of the kids, even if they don't have like, you know, adverse behaviors, they don't sleep. So they waking up 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m. in the morning. And I think on average, the parents that I have on my roster right now, they're probably getting 5 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep a day. And so if I had to do that, I would be a wreck. And that is like my ultimate goal. And I love doing the consults and I love doing the things that put me on stage. But my goal is this year is really for people to see more of God and less of me in my work. Because it really breaks my heart that, and most of the time people, when I tell them, like, when I give them small details without, you know, violating any rights or protections or privacy laws, when I give them little snippets of the things that I see, they're like, how do they do that? And I'm like, God. And what a terrible hand to be dealt. But they doing it. And so it is my mission that not just Texas, not just Ohio, not just California, but the entire United States and abroad, that they have functional programs to have people in the home that, one, want to be there, that's paid correctly and that's doing their job, and two, to give parents some time to just decompress. And so, because that's going against human nature, in my opinion, to be so fixated on, you know, your kids. And, you know, and there are people that had a kid, didn't know they had a diagnosis, and had another kid. And now they got 2 kids with autism. What do you do? Where do you go? Who do you ask for help? And they Googling and asking professionals, and, you know, the doctors, they don't want to deal with kids that are deemed special needs and things like that, because that's not their specialty. Well, go get the specialty. Go get the training, bruh. Go pick up a book.
So do you train the parents too as well, or do you just train different?
I mean, I train, what I mostly train parents on is just the new innovative ideas. I'm always in a book, in an article, reading about new ways for parents to navigate their children. Rather it's new ABA, where I worked before, new ABA techniques on how to decrease, you know, adverse behaviors and things of nature, giving them like laminated schedules or things that I've seen in the field that are working, things that I've read in articles that are working. But most of the time, the parents, they are the experts. And to me, I more train the parents to, when I'm in the home, is leave me alone. Don't come in here checking on him. If he crying, let him cry. I got him. He ain't going nowhere. You know, giving them that space to be like, you know what? I don't care if you go turn on your shower, you sit under the shower for the whole 4 hours that I am here. Have a ball. Put on some earplugs or something. Take this time to really relax. Because like, I don't really be feeling like parents need all the training, because it's like, I've trained parents and I've done informationals with parents when I was consulting with a special needs department at a church, but you telling them stuff that they already know. And parents, you know, again, you have to look at what all parents, they have to go to work, you know, even people that have the money for one person to work and one person to stay home. It's like being a regular stay-at-home parent, well, not regular, being an atypical parent staying home is hard. You know, running around with kids all day and they ask you questions and they digging in their nose and they coloring on the wall. And it's like even with my daughter, it's like, I just be like, girl, okay, please. Serenity. You ask me one more question that don't make no sense, girl, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And so it's like, when you have to sit at home, like I have clients that don't stop moving. Literally. I have a client that will literally pace all day, walking around all day. And as he's walking, he touching spoons and throwing them. He throwing plates, and he does physical outbursts. So he will be screaming at the top of his lungs. That's chaos. And so it's like staying home to take care of a kid that is exhibiting those symptoms. It's hard. And we should be focusing on these parents. You know, like the kids have the diagnosis. They have what they have. There is no cure for autism. There is no cure for cerebral palsy. There is no cure for bipolar, schizophrenia. There's no cure for Sanfilippo. Like there is no cures for any of these disorders. There is only medication that may or may not work.
You gotta get them hands laid on them.
But even to then, you can't pray it away either, because if God allowed it, then it's there.
I mean, well, I say it like this. If that was the case, then Jesus, everything he did, I'm going to be bold enough to say this, everything he did was in vain. Because while he going through this process, right? What was he doing? Why was people coming to him?
Because he was healing people.
Miracles.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the state of the culture that we in now, I feel like a lot of people don't believe in miracles. I feel like a lot of people don't believe that God can do anything. They believe that God can do some things, but he can't do everything. The Bible tells us that without faith, it's impossible to please him. But we must believe that he's a rewarder to those who diligently seek him. We know that faith comes by hearing, and hearing comes by the word of God. So somewhere in that process of having faith and being able to stretch that faith, it's being hindered by either what we hear, what we say, what we do, that makes us put ourselves in position and not believe that he's a rewarder of those who diligently seek him, aka he can do anything. He said in Mark 11:23, you can have whatever you say. You can command the mountain to go into the ocean if you truly believe. You got the faith size of a mustard seed. Now, I'm not saying now everything not gonna happen, but some things can happen through faith.
Yeah, I think when it comes to miracles, we always put God in a box as these like extravagant, in your face. Like when Jesus told the man that was sitting by the water, he told him, get up off of your mat and walk. Because he was sitting there and he asked him, why don't you get in it was a water that healed people that you can dip yourself into. And he was like, I don't have nobody, I'm lame, I can't walk. And he told him, get up. Those are the miracles I think that people are looking for, but sometimes the miracle can just be extra energy. It could be a sound mind. It can be, it could be somebody like me stepping into your home and giving you that relief, because God is sovereign. And we think that it just has to be this big like explosion and things of that nature, but it's like small miracles, and not even to call them small, but miracles that we deem small are just as important. Because even to then, like, if you think about it, God could have struck every last Pharaoh Egyptian down if he wanted to. God could have changed God could change the hearts of people if he wants to. He could have went into the Pharaoh's heart, changed his disposition, and made it so the Israelites and the Pharaohs worked as one in a community. But what did God choose to do? He hardened his heart to use him as an example of his grace and his mercy. And when it comes to kids that have diagnoses, and when it comes to their families, it's a slap in the face, because there are so many Christians that have kids that are on the spectrum. And to say like, oh, you're not having enough faith, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. No, God allows things in our lives to humble us. Maybe you having a kid with a disability is the thorn in your side that keeps you humble. Because there are a lot of people in Texas that probably would be racist if they didn't have a kid that had a disability. right? Because now you're forced to look into a small space of people and see that your son or your daughter they're going to be neglected, they're going to be categorized, they're going to be misguided, it's going to be a lot of different what is the word I'm looking for? Not racism, but prejudice and things of that nature. Like, there's going to be a lot of things that you're going to face that's going to keep you humble, to where you're not going to be worried about hating Black, white, or whoever. You're going to be worried about making sure your kid gets the things that they need. And the thing is, it's like, just like with anything else, like being Black and being Christian, that is the same predisposition that pulls people away from the church by telling people, like, yeah, God can do anything. He chose not to do it. So when you have that heart posture and you're kind of spewing that out, that's not true. Because if the thing is, if we could pray away disabilities, why couldn't we pray away slavery? Why couldn't we pray away genocide? Why couldn't we? God allowed the Holocaust to happen. God allowed slavery, Jim Crow, and what we in now. We just got Ahmaud Arbery was lynched in his neighborhood. God allowed that to happen. So praying away things that are in the fallen world is not an option, because God is aware of everything and anything. It is our responsibility as the people that have the same, because the God that I serve in the Bible, it says that the same power that I have is within you, because you have the Holy Spirit. So you have the power to move mountains. It is our responsibility to be and to aid these families. Because if you really, really think about it, you got God, you got the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. God is the creator, right? Jesus is the Savior. The Holy Spirit is the one that's with us. So you may be praying to the wrong one. You need to be praying to the Holy Spirit, because that's the one that's here right now. God is already done. He already created everything. Because they're all God, but it's different subjects. It's like when you got your CEO. The thing is like, you got the CEO, you got the manager, you got the CEO, you got the CFO, and you got the manager. You got to go to the manager first. You got to see what you can get from the Holy Spirit. And of course, God is all over that. But the thing is, it's like, it's like, just like you can't pray away homosexuality, it's there. And the only thing we can do is aid people in that and be there for them and all the other stuff. Same thing goes with kids with people with diagnosis, because we live in a fallen world. So in a fallen world, fallen things are going to happen. And so we can put that on any subject and see that, any topic, and see that that's not true.
Well, and it all go down to the will.
And that's the will of God.
If it's in his will, then it's in his will. But if you never, here we go. Revelations, I'm gonna pull it up. So I'm in the book. Revelations, I believe, is 5:12. That's the 12. Yeah. So Revelations 5:12. So background story for the listeners. John got brought up to heaven, get a vision so he can see what heaven was like, what heaven was about. And he was commanded to write everything in Revelations so we can know what's going to happen towards the end of the earth. He said, while he was up there, he seen angels and beings worshiping up there. And in 5:12, he says, worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. Which means they were praising Jesus, worthy is the Lamb. They were praising Jesus for dying for them to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. Now that lets me know that he was wounded for our transgressions. He died for us to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing, which means that's deemed to anybody who's a child of God. At that point, we must grab that blessing, grab that power, grab that strength, grab that wisdom, grab that honor, grab that glory, grab those riches. Now, it's not going to be deemed to everybody. Everybody's going to be subject to a different thing. It's just like you. That's why you can't covet, because you might be a billionaire, but I'm called to work in the field, take care of people with disabilities. You see what I'm saying? That might be what I'm called to do, but that doesn't mean that I can't do that to my best ability, for one. And that doesn't mean that things won't change. And that doesn't mean I might even be breaking a generational curse. Sometimes things happen just to put us in a different position or to make us think differently, as you said. Mm-hmm. But some things are put into place to stretch our faith, to let us know that God can do anything. Because if we didn't go through that and he didn't bring us out of that, we wouldn't know how to trust him. For instance, somebody might have a stronghold in their family, a strong drinking stronghold in their family. Not saying it's the same thing as what we're talking about with physical and mental ailments, but schizophrenia is something that can be broken. Schizophrenia is just, it's a situation where, I'm going to use this in layman's terms, it's not medical terms, but it's just a situation where you're in a spiritual warfare. That spiritual warfare can be broken. Now, ailments like physical ailments like cerebral palsy, you just said, autism, is it that it can't be cured? Or have we deemed it not to be curable because it doesn't make sense? He said his ways are not our ways. So if we think in an area of understanding that God can make things shift, just like how he made Moses go into the Red Sea and it parted, I think then we can understand that, yeah, everything is not going to happen to our favor, but some things can, if we truly believe and make an effort to make them change.
I don't think it is, I don't think that it's until you are put in that position that people really fully understand, caring for children that are neurodiverse, caring for adults that are neurodiverse, because the thing is like, even Moses had a stutter. God didn't take away the stutter. He worked around it. And let me just say this, just because I was kind of on the scale of just explaining how hard it is for the parents and things of nature, there are benefits to being autistic. There are people working right now in Mountain Valley, California, at Google, that are autistic because they are able to focus on one thing and be.
What is autism too, though? Because autism,
it comes into different ways. So it's a spectrum. It's when it's like a delay. Like, I don't know really how to explain it in layman's terms. It's a neurological disorder that causes delays. And the thing is autism is so vast that it has comorbid diagnosis, to where the diagnosis is autism, but you have OCD and ADHD attached to it. So really, it's just the disposition of the way the brain functions. You may need help with, you can go as far on the spectrum to say, like, you have a symptom of, you just have delayed speech, or you have delayed thinking, or you can't, the part of your brain that alerts you to, like, body posture, body language, facial recognition, and things of that nature, it's something is missing, or a circuit is disconnected, or whatever. We really don't know. So it's like even when you look it up, it's not like a clear cut. It's just when someone is, you have a kid that's not speaking, that's doing improper verbal, physical outbursts and things of that nature, those are what they call autism. In 1970, they was diagnosing people that were autistic as schizophrenic because it mimics symptoms of schizophrenia. So the thing is like, it's such a large.
So this might be a stretch, but this might even be a label that man has labeled these people. But what if God made them like this and we deem them to be disabled? And they're
you have to put a label on something in order for them to get the help. So if there are, and a lot of parents don't like their kids to be labeled, and some people, it's like there's a lot of like politics in it, because some people, don't call my kids special needs, they're not nothing, they're not special, don't call them neurodivergent, they're not neurodiverse, they're not this, call them by their name. But in order for you to get sleep medication for a kid so you can go to bed, they have to have a diagnosis. They got to have some symptoms. So the diagnosis is a way for them to get help. Just like you can't, well, you're not supposed to anyway. You can't get Adderall without being diagnosed with some type of ADHD, OCD. You have to have a diagnosis in order to get the medication that helps. And so that's what we've really been focusing on, is like medication and big pharma and things of that nature. But even to then, it's like you have kids that, the doctor will say, give them melatonin, and it has the adverse effect because their body compositions are so difficult. And the thing is, if you think about the human body, that's a miracle in its own right. I mean, that's the biggest, we're walking around in miracles. The fact that we're inside of a vessel to where if I get into a traumatic car accident, it's a 90% chance that my brain will block out anything that would hurt me mentally. And I won't remember. People that drink and get blackout drunk and they're still functioning, like, that's a will of God. The fact that your mind can operate without you being conscious. You drove yourself home after having 6 shots and you don't remember how you got home, but your shoes is there, you're there, your car is there, and you parked perfectly. That's crazy.
That's God, yeah.
That's God. And so it's not a thing of praying something away.
And I'm not.
I think people should more.
I think you might think I'm not saying it in a way like
I'm just clarifying it for people that are listening, because it can be taken like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it like the old saints, like pray. I'm talking about like logically, like.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many things that God can do, and He chose us not to. God could go to every house right now and touch every kid that is not neurotypical.
But what if we praying sometime? Not, this ain't very situation for the listeners. I'm not going off of like how your grandma, no offense to nobody, but how the old saints would think like you could just pray everything away. I'm talking like literally, like we know that Hezekiah prayed. He prayed strong enough that he reversed his own death.
Yeah, but you have to have that. You have to have that gift. Everybody doesn't have that gift. Just like,
but are we being taught? That's what I'm getting to. But the thing is,
okay. So think about it like this: Paul, in the Bible, it's because like this is the Catholic priests don't have sex because Paul did not have sex. Because he was able, it says in the Bible, he said that I'm able to stand firm in God without fleshly desires. He didn't have fleshly desires that were sexual, okay? That was his gift. Everybody ain't got that gift. When you start, God gives different gifts to different people. When you try to take on a gift that is not your gift, that gives space for the enemy to come in and tap dance right on in. Just like, why do you think Catholic priests are the #1 pedophiles in the world? Seriously, because they believe in the doctrine that if you come and you are a pastor, priest, or whatever, you're not supposed to have sex. Everybody doesn't have, because of what Paul said. They took a small scripture and laid it out for everybody. And what did the enemy do? He came in and he destroyed it. Because if you, it's like, sex is a good thing. You know, like, God wants you to have sex. He always telling people, multiply, be fruitful. He like, y'all freaky, go ahead, be freaky, whatever. Like,
in context,
I mean, it's there. And so the same thing with
everything
healing,
in context though.
Yeah, but everything is like, everybody can't do everything. And the thing is, because if we were able to, and that's why we only use a certain percentage of our brain. The power that our brain has, we can't even tap into it. That's why God, when they was doing the Tower of Babel, he struck it down and then made put everybody in the four corners of the earth and changed their language, because you're taking on things that are not yours. Just like if you are talented in football and you try to go play basketball, but then you look at, what's that guy's name? He lived here in Dallas. What's his name? He like play every sport, prime time. If you go to prime time, he play every sport. Everybody don't have that gift. That's a gift that he has. 1 in a million, 1 in a trillion. Everybody doesn't have the gift of gab or the gift of, beauty, or the gift of, whatever. Like, we can't go around manifesting that we can do all. Like, it's like, you can't do everything, because the thing is, God said he gave you a gift. Like, it's like, you're not about to have all the gifts, because then you're gonna think you God. If we could tap in and touch our kids and heal our kids, like, I'm sure there is somebody in the world that has that gift. But I'm telling you, I ain't met one. It ain't worked. If you look at pastors, even when you look at Pastor Ty from Transformation Church, he has a kid with autism. He don't talk. You don't think he's in there laying his hands, thinking by faith. But the thing is, it's like,
but that might be hit the wheel.
But exactly. So it's like, I just want to be clear that having a child, even though as hard as it is, it's not a curse.
Yeah, I'm not saying that either.
It's not a curse, and God is not punishing those people. And I'm not God. I don't know why it happens like that, but I know that we're responsible for it, because even in the Bible, it says, when you harvest your crop, don't go back picking up all the leftovers. Leave that for the people, the widowers, and the poor. In this life, your life is not your own. We are obligated to each other. Mm-hmm. We are the body of Christ, whether we like it or not. And just like Jesus, he went and talked to all types of people. That is our mission, to lay down our lives and do that, because God's like, I feel like even in this moment, God's like, I ain't carrying nobody. That's y'all's job. You get in there and you help them, because that's what I told you to do. Just like people that are caught. I
got a question now though. You just said something that hit. Like I said, for listeners, I'm not against this stuff, but my thing is, I'm questioning it because I want to know if this is just being put in a position that we are relying on medication, we are relying on the doctors, or are we relying on God? That's why I'm questioning the situation. But my question goes back to, you just said what you just said. You said that, dang, I just lost my train of thought. But you basically saying that everybody can't do everything, right? Mm-hmm. So some people have to rely on other people to do things. But we also know that it's in the will of whatever is in the will of God is whatever is in the will of God. But are we trying to see if this is the will of God, or is this the enemy?
that's a question that you should be asking Christians that have kids with disabilities. And
Because
I think
faith come by hearing. Faith come by hearing and doing things.
The thing is like, just like just taking it on a personal note. Me and my mom never had a really good relationship, ever. We were always at odds because we had different ideals on what it meant to be healthy, what it meant to communicate. And she was battling with her own things when I was born. I'm the firstborn, so I got the brunt of it. I left home, I went to Central, and I never returned long term. We fought. I had so many things happen to me when I was younger that I felt like my mom should have been here for this. My mom should have been here for that, X, Y, and Z. And I went through most of my 20s. I'm 28, up into 27, going through my life like, God, why would you allow this to happen to me? Why would you allow this to happen to me? Like, what did I do wrong? Like, I was born into some mess. And God used it to strengthen me to do what I'm doing now.
No.
And sometimes circumstances, and it's like, because like you said, God's ways are not our ways. Now that I have a child of my own, just like Serenity was at her grandmother's house. She wanted to go over her grandmother's house. She called me at 1:00 in the morning and said, I want to come home tomorrow, in tears. I went and got my child. Had I not been in positions where I've wanted something from my parents and I wasn't able to get it, and knowing how that felt, I would never let my child go through that. It is something about tragedy that brings people together. And it's something about tragedy that draws people back to God, because when you don't have any other options, that's the only way you can go. And the thing is, it's like, yeah, we can say like, oh, like, are we not going from a spiritual realm, or are we relying on medication and things of that nature? But it's like if you go to a counselor, are you not relying on God because you're going to a counselor and talking to somebody else other than God? If you have, if you're taking antidepressants, are you leaning on the antidepressants and not on God? Like, if you talk to anybody else other than God, are you leaning on them? And that could be true, but it's like God positions people to do certain things to alleviate that. I think that's all a blessing. The fact that people are even smart enough, because I know I'm not smart enough to even think that way on how to put molecules together and how it fires off in the brain and things of that nature. To do that, that's a gift, like, because I don't even know how cough syrup works. So I'd be like, what? Like, I feel good, all right? Like, so it's like, it's really hard talking about stuff like this. And because
I'm glad we talking about it though, because
it's like, I'm not a parent, and that's something that a parent can testify to. I am a helpmate in this. I am, because when I leave someone's home, I come home to this peace in my house.
Mm-hmm.
I can hear a pin drop right now, and that's my blessing. But I'm not equipped to answer that, to say that, are we relying on just, medication, or is it something spiritual? And even though I did my thesis on mental health being a form of possession and things of that nature, it's like, I went out and I talked to people, like, it's like, for that to be, that's a platform that I'm not comfortable standing on and making a decision, because it will do more harm than help. Because if you sit in front of a parent right now and you tell them, you should have more faith, you should do this, you pray to God and he will give, that would be like, man.
But the thing I'm not saying that though.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, regardless, when it comes to being in a situation, it's like, think about a situation that was really hard for you, and somebody gave you some empty verse. Oh, you can do all things in Christ that strengthens you. Even though that that verse itself is talking about lack.
Yeah.
He's saying, even if I'm poor, I can still, I can do
Right.
this.
He was talking about him being in jail. Like
Exactly. So that's, you just throwing around empty stuff. I think
But that's because I believe we utilize the Bible as a assistant versus guidance.
But the thing is, it's like it's. I think it's a navigator. It's a tell-all book. But at the end of the day, it is, God always tells us it is our responsibility to be with these people. Nothing has happened. Like, but the thing is, it's like Jesus was here for a short time, and that was to give us salvation, to show us on earth all these miracles and wonders that we wouldn't have known before then. But there were other people that had certain gifts that Jesus had. They didn't have everything, but people had powers to, to see into the future and things of the nature. Like, you had people that,
that we can do everything that he did.
But the thing is, it's like all of that, I don't feel like that's true. And it's like, I would challenge you to really meditate on that verse, because if it's like there are people that have lived for God their entire lives that ain't
but that's subject to them.
Exactly. So the thing is, it's like we have to get out of like the realm of Christianity thinking that we are equals with God, because we're not. God just gave us a little bit of sauce. Because you can have sauce, but you can have too much sauce. You can get lost.
The thing is, if you pay attention too, God doesn't need man to do things, but he needs man to do things.
God uses men for his glory. The thing is, think about it, every time Moses did something, it wasn't through Moses, it was through the staff. Separating the power of Moses and the power of God. Nowhere in the Bible, besides Jesus, has something come out of the hands of someone else. It's always, if you can find it, text it to me. There has never been a time where somebody besides Jesus was able to do anything supernatural without a conduit.
Well, Peter raised somebody from dead after Jesus.
By using what? Did he use his hands or did he pray them up?
That's a good argument. I'm gonna go back and look at it.
Yeah, so it's like we could probably have a whole 5 hours.
Oh yeah, because this. I was just questioning it. Like,
yeah, but it's a good segue, because it's a conversation that needs to be had, and without argument and things of that nature. And I just think that we just need to focus on, like, I'm not worried about raising people from the dead, to be honest. I'm not worried about touching on people and curing them from COVID. I'm worried about what God told me to do, because that is my Father. If anything, if growing up in 105 in St. Clair taught me, when an adult tells you something that's a father or mother figure, you do it. You don't stray from it. You don't stray from it, because you stray too far. Just like I was saying, God is like a tightrope. God gives you a mission. He wants you to stay on that mission. Tightrope walkers, they practice for forever to be able to be on a tightrope, but it's not a lot of room for error. But underneath the tightrope, there is a net, and that is God. God gives you the mission. He prepares you for the mission. He makes you strong. He says, follow me, walk on this tightrope. But even when you fall, I'm gonna catch you. But the thing is, when tightropers do their thing, they're in front of an audience. And that's where ego and pride comes, because when you fall in front of everybody. And so it's like we have to focus on what my purpose is. Accountants don't worry about what accountants worry about numbers. They don't worry about paperwork and stuff like that. HR, they not worried about the accountants. Cashiers, they don't care about the stockers, and that's not their area of expertise. I focus on, this is what God told me, and he gave it to me really, really clear, time and time again, to focus on creating spaces for these people to get what they need, regardless of what it looks like. If it's a nanny care system, if it's an ebook giving them information, if it's advocating for them, if it's going up to a school and gracefully cussing them out, then that's my, well, he didn't tell me cuss them out, but I did that on my own. But by being an advocate, so it's like,
you can't be cussing up people out.
I don't cuss them out for real. I be nice, but it be like really like, per my last email, you heard what I heard. You heard what I said. I said what I said. You don't like it. I just think that when you start trying to do things that you don't need to be doing, even if, because even Paul said, even if it's the law, it doesn't mean that it's good. Like, even if you, like, right now, I could quit my job and become a stripper and probably be great at it, but that's not the mission. I could quit my job and go to law school and become a lawyer, but that is not the mission that God gave me. I have the ability, I have the power, I have the smarts, I have the resources to do so, but that doesn't mean that I should take upon that opportunity when God has clearly told me, this is what I want you to do. Don't worry about curing it and doing other stuff. If you're a doctor and God told you cure autism, get into that laboratory. Get into your bag, sis, bro, whoever. But God didn't call me to cure nothing. Right now, there is no cure. Right now, God is allowing 2.2 million kids around the world in the United States to be diagnosed with a disorder. And it is my mission to open up other people's eyes and tell them, like, yo, these kids are coming. If you work in daycare, childcare, school, church, anywhere where children have to be housed, you need to get the training. You need to hit me up. You need to figure out, find some clinics or some clinicians to help you scaffold that in, because that's a form of discrimination and I'm not having it. And in a minute, we're going to be calling people out and it's going to become a law. And that's what I'm working on. That's what I'm working towards. So that's my mission. I'm not worried about the cure. I'm worried about people right now that are suffering. I'm worried about all the clients that I have in my head that are probably wrestling with their children right now. That's who I'm worried about. I'm not worried about all of that. I'm not.
I understand, because the Bible said, I was going to read this before you had went into that, because you had went into it without even segueing into it. But 1 Corinthians 12:12 say, there is one body, but it has many parts, but all its many parts make up one body. It is the same with Christ. We were all baptized by one Holy Spirit, and so we are formed into one body. It didn't matter whether we're Jews or Gentiles, slaves or free people. We are all given the same Spirit to drink. So the body is not made up of just one part. It has many parts. Suppose the foot says, I am not a hand, so I don't belong to the body. But saying this, it cannot stop being part of the body. It's supposed to the ear says, I am not an eye, so I don't belong to the body. By saying this, it cannot stop being part of the body. If the whole body were an eye, how could it hear? If the whole body were an ear, how could it smell? God has placed each part in the body just as he wanted to be. If all the parts were the same, how could there be a body? As it is, there is many parts, but there is only one body.
Exactly. So we just need to, if you're an eye, keep blinking. If you're an ear, keep listening. If you're a fingernail, keep growing. Even when you get cut, grow, because I urge people to really, and it's like, there are so many parents that have received, and that's why I want to make this clear, because we don't know who's going to listen to this, and I just want to go on record saying that, like, there are so many people that don't even believe in God because their kids have this diagnosis. And that's another reason for us to for people that are called to work with these kids that are Christian, to come in and be a light, because I take God with me wherever I go. And I've seen it in my own clients. I've had conversations with parents that's like, I can't believe, like, I have a client that has Sanfilippo, which is basically like, it's like Benjamin Button disorder. They grow to a certain point and then they start to deteriorate. So this woman has watched these parents, you know, it's just not her, it's her husband as well. Has watched their son develop to where he's talking ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, mommy, daddy, all of this, being able to respond and to functionally think. To him, babbling, to where you tell him, come here, he don't even recognize his own name. He doesn't respond to his own name. And that's heartbreaking. That's heart-wrenching. She came to me one day and she said, I was talking about Bible study, and she said, I can't believe in that, because what God would put me in a position to where he's not gonna live probably past 18, because over time the body stops. It's just like with dementia, it stops functioning, it stops breathing, and they deteriorate so much to where maybe in a couple of years he won't be walking. So to watch your kid get to a max and then seeing them decline to the minimum and then eventually dying, that's going to take a person that's wrapped up in God to go in there and show who God is, to minister to them, to be there to them, to aid them in that. And that is the blessing of it. You know, it's like we have to walk in other people's shoes to see how blessed we really are. Every time I walk into my apartment, I think, what a blessing. I don't have nobody here talking to me crazy, hitting on me. I don't have, a child that has adverse, symptoms of a diagnosis and things of that nature. I'm not coming in here, fearing that somebody's going to knock my door in. That's a blessing. The fact that I can even walk through my door is a blessing. And it's humbled me, but it's also given me a platform to find the words to say to these people, to tell them that God loves them just as much as anybody else, and for them to believe it. That's the blessing in it. And sometimes people suffer for our blessings, because for me to be doing this is a blessing. And I am so connected and I'm so immersed in this because they're suffering for my purpose. If they didn't have a kid that was neurodiverse, I wouldn't have a purpose. If you could take a kid to a local church and get prayed on and that's it, that would change the trajectory of my life. It's crazy because so many times we get blessings out of ugliness for other people. And so that's why, I think that's why God is always, that's why God is always saying, you never know when you're among angels. You never know, that's why God has connected us. That's why God is always in community, because God himself is a community, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God could have just had God. He could have just been G-O-D. That's it, capital G, and that's it. He didn't need Jesus. He didn't need the Holy Spirit. He could have did that all by himself, but he chose to, even a good parent displays what he wants his children to do. If I have a community, you should too. And it's in that community that you find people that are blessings. But in order, just like counselors, my counselor, I've been with him for the last year. If my mom didn't pass away, You think he could bill me for some counseling? No. Tragedy, when you get a blessing, sometimes other people are suffering for that blessing. And that's why I be going hard, trying to touch every family I can, trying to put my hand in everything that I can, and the money is gonna come, all of that's gonna come, and I'm standing by faith on that I'm touching 7 figures this year. But it is the humbleness that God has given me over the last year, because I have laid in my bed for a year and a half. And I haven't been evicted. I haven't went hungry. Serenity hasn't been hungry. We don't have everything we want, but we definitely have everything we need. And to be in a position to where I could be the worst depression ever and come out unscathed, that's a blessing. And to be able to be put back in that arena after such a tragedy hit me so fast. My mom was here for Serenity's birthday and she died 3 days later. So I saw her, that she died. That's a gift. And so coming back into the field this year, I just have a whole nother fire for parents. And I feel like people that work with these families, whether it's physical therapy, occupational therapy, teachers and dietitians and, doctors, even, the ones that are really trying to help, like God has placed in our hearts something special. And that is the blessing. Because sometimes, what we pray for, we don't actually get. People are praying
a lot
right
of
now.
times we don't. A lot of times we don't.
Because sometimes the blessing is not what we expect. And the thing is, it's like it's like you're supposed to have an expectant heart, expect God to do something wonderful and amazing. But sometimes that wonderful and amazing may not match what you have in your head. Because me being blessed financially is wonderful financially is $1 billion. Okay. But God may be like, here's $20. Go get you some food. Stay with it. Don't do too much. Don't spend it all in one place. And here go $10 for gas. Now watch me stretch this $20 and this $10 for 2 weeks. True story. Pay for your daughter's copay for the doctor, which leaves you with $10 without there is no outstanding payments due to me. Just to go in my mailbox and find a check for $250 after I did it. So it's like, it is us. We need to be the ones out here, boots on the ground, because the thing is, it's like, then if God gonna do everything himself, what he need us for?
That's what I was trying to say earlier. I'm glad you said that. That's what I was trying to say earlier, though. He don't need man to do things, but he need man to do things.
He doesn't need us, he requires us.
I wouldn't say require, because you don't have to do anything. He wouldn't have gave us a will if we required.
But the thing is, just like with anything else, I think once you like, people think that like, oh, like the Bible, the verse that says, God will give you the desires of your heart. It's like, he's not talking about outside of him. God will, when you start communicating and getting into a relationship with God, what you want and what you need changes.
Your desires match.
He will put the desires of your heart and fulfill them, because now they're righteous, because you're having a relationship with him. Just like people that was like, oh, I'll never get married. That's not for me. And then they meet this person, they be like, oh, I'll marry you. Okay. That it changes, that heart posture changes. So it's like, I do think it's a requirement, because once you get into a relationship with someone, it's really hard to go against something that that you're supposed to be doing for them. Like it's really hard to do that.
Every day, though.
But people do it every day. But the thing is, it's like they don't always feel you get conviction and things of that nature. So it is a requirement, okay? Because the Bible that I read is like,
for the belief.
Because even if you go, and we don't deal with this right now because we have Jesus meet and Jesus died for our sins, and that's been paid forward. But in the Old Testament, it was a requirement. Just like the story of the guy, he had a wife and all the men died in battle. And the brother in that time, if your husband died in battle, you were to marry his brother in order to keep the line going. His brother, the dad told the brother, go in there, consummate the marriage. They doing what they doing, consummating. He pulls out, and it says he literally ejaculated on the floor. The first drop, he dropped dead. It's a requirement. And the thing is, just because we have Jesus and God and Jesus paid it forward for us, we still have that same conviction. God might not be shooting us dead, but we still have that same conviction. We still have, and that's that melted down Western, selfish Christian, watered down Christian, because people over in the Middle East, they down for God. Okay. If there was a number of people that made it into heaven, we wouldn't make it. It is the people that's like over in China being persecuted for their religious beliefs. It's the people in the Middle East that are sneaking into different, sneaking into different huts and villages and regions, spreading the gospel. They are doing the dirty work. And while we here, it's just like, yeah, I guess I'm going to praise God today. I guess I won't have sex today. Oops, I did it again. Like, no, you did it on purpose, bruh. You didn't even try to repent, because repent just means to turn. So it's like, for me, it's like, I'm trying to make sure that I do everything and to my best ability to do what God has told me to do. Not only because I want the parents to benefit from it, and I want the city to benefit from it, and I want the state to benefit, but I want my child to benefit from it as well. I want her to see her mother allowing God to just come in and releasing it. So when she gets to that point and she has to make a decision on rather to go with God or go with the nature of culture and society and stuff, she always chooses God, because she's like, you know what? I've seen my mama in so many different places in her life, growing up with her, but I never saw her fail. My daughter has never seen me fail. She's seen me cry. She's seen me depressed. She's seen me happy. She's seen me enraged. She's seen me depressed. Like, she's seen me in so many different forms and fashions, but she's never seen me fail. And that is by the grace of God. And so when it comes to what I do and how I do things, when I do an interview and people ask me why, I always say, this is God. Because in my flesh, I don't want to do this. I'm tired. I get burnt out just like everybody else when it comes to taking care of children that are neurodiverse, going against the grain, against whole school districts, trying to be one person in a room with one opinion. But God has given me that gift that is like, my voice is like a loudspeaker. He's given me the grit and the tenacity and the sassiness to let somebody know, like, nah, that's not what we're doing. But he's also given me the green light to keep going. But when I needed rest, he gave me rest. And I think when it comes to spirituality and having a relationship for parents that are struggling with the concept that God allowed their children to have something that's undesirable, because that's what it is, that's something that they have to find leadership. They have to find community. They have to read their Bibles. They need to get, study Bibles and decode it and things of that nature. But they also have to remember that, you know what? It is what it is. And what if I can't change my child's diagnosis, maybe I should change, maybe I can ask God for a change in my heart posture. I can ask for resources. I can ask for more energy. And I think, what you pray for just depends on where you're at in life. But me personally, I think that God has a soft spot for people in those positions, because it's like, wow, to know that you gave birth to this baby, you had your whole life ahead of you, and then boom, you decide to have a baby, and now your life is over to you. And it's like, it's not until I feel like everybody should at least volunteer at least once to work with a family that has a kid that that's deemed disabled, because those are like the strongest people that I know. And everything I do is for them. So that way they can get the breath and the energy to even believe in God. Because believing in God for them is saying that I'm okay with my kid having a disability. Like, who wants to say that? I feel like I've been a full Christian for at least 4 years. And if I got married and I had a child today, even with my faith being as strong as seeing and knowing that God is real, I would struggle with that. Because especially because I know what could and what can happen. And so these people, these parents and the families and the siblings and the kids themselves, they're needing people who are dedicated, and it's not always going to be riches and glory. Sometimes it's going to be some bite marks and spit and snot and all that other stuff, but it's for the greater good. And I've like devoted my life to them. This is what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life until God says otherwise. And I love what I do with a passion. I'm very passionate about it. It's something that I would not change for the world. And even though like the human part of me, the flesh part of me is always kind of like groaning, it's like in this season, those groans are getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, because God is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's just really hard to say how parents, because there are parents that are, very devout Christians, and they're okay with, they seem okay, but they're really not, And so it's hard, like where, I feel like it's hard for some of these parents to believe in any God rather than the one true God, like it's hard for them to believe in anything, because at every twist and turn, it's like, what? Like, one of my clients have to get on the plane with a kid that screams. What? You want me to sit on the plane for 3 hours to take him to this medical treatment? And you don't want to supply me with a private jet so I can be comfortable, God? So I'm not deterring other people, so I'm not embarrassed. It's so much that goes. It's not just even just caring for the kids. It's just day-to-day stuff. Can you imagine not being able to take your kid into Walmart to get tissue? It's like, what? These parents been in quarantine since quarantine was a thing before that. And I know how I felt and how like shut in I felt. But I have parents that don't leave the house. They in their house all day, every day. No communication with the outside world. They on Facebook arguing with people. And that's why so many people turn mean too, because it's like they ain't got nothing else to do but to argue, about policies and stuff like that on the internet, because that's the only outside communication they have. And so I just feel like, is it spiritual? Is there spiritual attributes to it? I don't know. I don't know. Can you pray and have faith that your child can be delivered and things of that nature? Yes, you can. Is it going to happen? That's up to God. But what I'm saying is there needs to be more people while they are waiting in faith for whatever they wait in faith for. We need to be the ones to help keep it together.
Be there.
Just like if you had a friend that was waiting, they told you, like, you know what? God told me not to ask anybody for help for helping my mortgage. I'm going to wait in faith for that. That means that, okay, I'm not going to give you money for your mortgage, but I'm going to drop off some food. Let me pay your car note. Let me do that. So sometimes we need to assist people in that waiting, because it's really, I mean, I don't know how they do it. How they day after day after day after day after day, because I get exhausted after, I don't do more than 4 hours per client.
And I think we thank people like you, because one of our main reasons I wasn't even able to segue it, because we was going back and forth a little bit, but I think that was the enemy. Because my thing for saying that was, are the rest of the body assisting? You see what I'm saying? It wasn't just parents pray, this, that, and third. No. When things were happening, when Pentecost happened, and all those people, they came together in agreement with each other. When Peter called out Ananias and he got killed because he was the only person that didn't give up his land, and his wife followed him because they didn't give up what they did, and everybody else came together. I think it needs to be a time where not just for those individuals, but for everybody. Like we got sick people, we got shut-in people, we got people who got physical disability. Where is the body to the point that we are making sure that each person is in position?
Yeah. And that's why I always urge people, if you on a daycare, get the training to take in, even if it's 3 slots. Just like with nursing homes, they have beds that are self-pay, and then they may have 20 beds that are Medicaid. Leave some spots open for these kids. Get the training that you need. If you are a doctor, there are going to be so many diagnoses that we don't even know about that's coming. Get the training that you need. Work on your bedside manner. These people are already struggling. If you're a teacher that's a special education teacher, like, I know the job is hard. Being a teacher is hard, but equip yourself to be able to give the maximum efficiency, because when you don't know something, it exhausts you even more, because now you stuck in a realm and you don't know what to do. If you work in legislator or in the government, give some funds over to people that are doing respite for these people, which is just nanny care. In the state of Texas, they have respite care programs through insurances. They pay people $9 an hour to take care of people with disabilities, adults and children.
You need to get on that. I ain't gonna lie, because working in that insurance department and understanding what they actually be paying for. Yeah, I see where you're struggling.
And it's like they make it illegal for parents to. It makes it illegal for companies like mine to say you had a kid with a disability and you was like, yeah, Shaudae, I want to get respite through your business. I have this waiver. It's illegal for me to tell you, well, Lamont, they only pay $9 an hour. We charge $25 an hour. You can pay the difference. It's illegal for you to pay the difference. It's Medicaid fraud. So the state wants me to take whatever they give and give the services to the parents.
So it's a whole gap that needs to be bridged.
Yes.
And you want some Cleveland stuff down there in Texas trying to get it done.
And so
I see what's going on now. You in that office, suited up, like, okay, sir. So what we gonna talk about? We were talking about last week.
Yeah. So it's like it's so much that people, and it's like, and that's why I'm excited to start like doing more like social media posts and things, because people don't know that. Like that should not be, people are not aware of what is going on. So if they're not aware of it, they can't help. So that's like if the brain, just like the brain tells all the body what is going on, I'm wanting to be the brain and just letting everybody know this is what's happening. And we need to connect the arm, the fingers need to ball up into a fist, and we need to punch some people in the face because they're not doing what they need to do down here or anywhere for that matter. Like my mom, when she was working with people with disabilities in Ohio, they were paying her $10 an hour flat, plus and taking taxes out. No insurance.
She getting $7.
I mean, and my mom was 50. You paying a 50-year-old $10 an hour. But she loved what she did, and that's what she wanted to do. And that's what she did. She laid down her life and did that. She took that little bit of money and she made it work. That's a blessing. Like wasn't, all her money wasn't, like all her bills wasn't paid and all this other stuff, but she had her house, she had food, she had stuff that she wanted and stuff that she needed. And it just, that's the great, I'm hearing to, I don't know if God has positioned me to be the brain, but I'm just wanting to let people know this is what's happening. And these people need help. So if you are a nanny or you take care of kids, get the certification to work with kids with disabilities. Go get your CPI, crisis prevention intervention, license and things of that nature. Like take on the full load of what kids can and cannot come with, because we're leaving out such a big group of people. And the wave is coming. It's like everybody, I see the tsunami coming from the distance, and I feel like I'm on the beach like, hey, everybody, help, stop, everybody, get back, because when the wave comes, a lot of companies are going to be in a Disney World, going to be in the back. Everybody that serves kids going to be in the back, because I'm telling y'all, these kids, it's going to be so many more kids with these types of behaviors and disabilities and symptoms and things of that nature. And you need to equip yourself now, because in a minute, there's not going to be a thing of a normal. We got kids that are thinking they're transsexual at 4, 5, 6 years old. Like, what? Like that is coming. And these are going to be the kids that you have to service. Are you ready for that? Are you prepared for that? Are you getting yourself together for that? Because you can't always just live in the present. You got to look at what's coming too. Don't wait. Don't just, you see the leaves catching fire, put out the fire before it gets to the forest. Mm-hmm. Because in a minute, there's not going to be daycares at all. Because there's not going to be kids that just sit. Just like with the job market, people thought that you was going to be able to slave people around, treat them how you want to treat them, pay them, underpay them because they need the money. And now the pandemic hit, and now people like, no ma'am, no sir.
I'm going back.
I'm not coming back. And what you thought you was going to give me, and the people that is coming back, they like, I want a sign-on bonus. I want this amount of money, or I'm not coming. And because you are desperate, you got to take that, because you haven't cultivated a company that was for your employees from the jump. Even though people were saying before the pandemic, we need to give people more. Millennials are telling people we need to do this. We need more benefits. We need to do this. We need to do that. And so they didn't listen. So guess what? They lost their companies. And the same thing is going to happen with these school districts and things of that nature. In a minute, all the kids going to be labeled special needs, because they're not going to be able to handle the children. We see this going on right now. Kids are more depressed, anxious, more than ever. social media is a big part of that, but also we have parents that are, get into the bag and not parenting their children. Because everybody's like, oh, be an entrepreneur, but they don't tell you that, your kids have to go through that with you. Your spouse have to go through that with you. Like, in a minute, there's not going to be any marriages. So it's just like, I said what I said. That's what I said. When I'm in my house with my Porsche, because I opened up all the daycares for kids that are neurodiverse, I don't want to hear nobody talking about nothing. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, because today's price ain't going to be tomorrow's price. So get the training while you can, because I'm about to make a bag, okay? Because I know that it's coming, and so I'm preparing myself for that. And I will be glad when this is normalized, so we won't have to have back and forth about what people need and what they deserve and how they deserve it and what we should be doing, because at the end of the day, it's like, it's going to be everywhere. You're going to have to deal with it. Just like people thought that they could ignore gay people, LGBTQ plus, like they thought they could, ignore that whole community. And now they at your jobs. They looking better than ever. I saw a picture. I said, he looked better than me. Dang, like, what am I? Like, I need to figure out what's going on with me. Like, it's like they're in the world, and they're going to be. And guess what? There are generations coming after them that's going to be there too. That is going to be normalized. Now, when we went to Central, I first stepped on Central's campus, and I saw a man wearing a dress. I was like, what? But then when I started living and talking and communicating and doing life with these people, it didn't matter what they had on, because it came normal to me. Now I see it and I'm like, that's a nice dress. I like that. Okay. So it's like, until we get to that point where we're just like, okay, this is it needs to be a qualification. So if the qualification to be a child care director is to have a certain degree and certain trainings and certain licenses, we need to add the license that you need to be certified in neurodiverse and disabilities. You need to be certified in that. You need to be certified in anxiety and how to scaffold and how to support these kids and support the parents as well. That just needs to be another qualification that people have to pass, period. And until we do that, we have thousands, millions, billions of people worldwide that are suffering. And these people are going to be on the streets. And guess what? They're going to grow up with my kid, with, if you have kids, your nieces, your nephews, these are the people that are going to be surrounded by our children, the kids that we love and care about. What are you going to do? So I can see it getting worse before it gets better. And it really like breaks my heart, because I just, in my head, it's just so simple.
Because you just show me something, because you're not just talking about, well, you said this earlier in the conversation, but I don't know if everybody paying attention, but something you just mentioned was, you're talking about all forms of disability. You're talking about from thinking you crazy or low confidence, or
anybody that
suicidal thoughts, depression.
Exactly. It's not just, I used to just focus on autism, but then when I started getting more and more people calling in, it's like, oh, do you take kids that's bipolar? Do you take kids that are from the like kids that come from the foster care system? They come in with PTSD and things that nature.
I think that's what struck my question. That's literally what struck my question. Because now my question is that, are we, for real though, I mean, are we trusting in God? What are we doing for real? Are we just like, oh, they got depression, oh, they anxiety, oh, they got this, oh, they got this, oh, she wants to be a man, oh, he wants to be a girl. These are demons. Now I think it makes more sense why I said what I said, because I wasn't literally she can talk. I wasn't literally aiming at the fact of just disability. I'm talking about everything a little bit too, but now I understand what triggered what I was saying, because like when I lost my train of thought, because like you just said, they won't care for the kid. Now, they won't care for the, oh, you got anxiety kid, or you got bipolar disorder. These are demons.
Yeah, but I think the blessing in that is that, you know what? It's like I can see the hand of God moving in that as well. Because if you think about it, if you think about it, it's like when we was growing up, if we told our parents we was depressed, they'd be like, boy, girl, goodbye. You ain't depressed. But if someone, a kid younger, a kid came up to me or came up to you and said, I'm really sad, I think I'm depressed, you would know how to act because you know how that feels. So God is allowing people to go through turmoil, just like he did with Jesus, to understand what needs to be done in the body of Christ next. Like even though it definitely has spiritual ramifications, but children are innocent. Mm-hmm. So are these demons that are
predators
inhabited through other people or inhabited into them? Because the thing is, if you're not, just like the easiest comparison I can have is between race, because I feel like it's so much easier to explain. If you are not a part of the solution, you are part of the problem. And I feel like in spirituality, in the kingdom of God, in the body of God, if you are not a solution, you working hand in hand with the devil. Just like when we was going through an election, everybody said, if you don't vote, you voted for Trump. If you vote for somebody other than Joe Biden, we was pressured, into that, not wanting to vote for the independent, then you give a vote to whoever else. So if you're not, and it doesn't even have to be in the mental health or healthcare field, just in anything, just your day-to-day interactions with people in general. It's like, for example, like I live in a neighborhood, one of the richest neighborhoods in Dallas. And outside of that, you can see the wealth gap. I can walk to a camp full of homeless people. And you got people here, millionaires, billionaires. And you got, not even a mile away from you, you got people that's begging for dollars. That's crazy. Right outside of it. A man froze to death last night around the corner from my neighborhood. Froze to death? What? It's crazy. So it's just our day-to-day interactions. And I don't even think that is demons, because I feel like the demons and devils attack people that are going against it, right? The devil don't need no help. Like, all this stuff that's going on.
I'm gonna stop you there.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm just saying, like, people that don't say anything about it because they don't feel like they're affected by it. They don't understand that you're doing the dirty work of the enemy.
I mean, I can agree with that to an extent, because people aren't trying to help. But so I'm going to label them as strong men, because that's what they are. So you have a strong man connected to you, your life, your family, people around you. And these strong men are put in place to basically try to hold jurisdiction over you moving and doing what God called you to do. Because each and every last one of us got a purpose. We got an assignment set in our life. And the enemy's job is to simply just cause you to not do that assignment. So based on each person's strength in the spirit, you're going to get stronger demons. So if you got a 3-year-old who has a bipolar disorder, he probably has a strong anointing on his life to do a specific assignment that the enemy is trying to make sure that he doesn't do. Like we joke about it, but the preacher's kid be off the chart. He be all over the place. But it's because those demons, that strong man of that family, he trying to make sure that he don't do what he's supposed to do. That's when Jesus, if we look at the scripture, we look at the text, he said, how do you disarm a strong man? You have to spoil his goods. You got to make sure that he don't have what he has to try to do whatever. So, and I'm going to say this, I'm not even going to say it's an opinion because I'm very convicted of this. It's our job to utilize, like, I think a lot of us don't pray properly too. I think we don't. I think we don't pray as in a way to command, because we have authority over the enemy. We command him to do stuff. Satan, Lord, what we say, Satan, Lord, rebuke you in the blood of Jesus against you. You must XYZ. You must XYZ. And when it's according to the will of God, since it's in jurisdiction, since you have authority over him, he has to stop. Something that Cindy Trim said one day too. She said, we give so much credit to the devil. Yeah. It's funny because the devil, if we look at the text, the devil only tempted two people in the Bible. He tempted Adam and he tempted Jesus. Everything else is familiar spirits. Everything else is other demons. He said a third of heaven was cast down with him. We ain't even on the devil level. Most, I ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of people not even on the devil level to be toyed with. Because toyed with by the devil. It's little stuff that you got authority over. It's little stuff you got authority over. You cast down, like, I mean, everybody got that ability, like you said, and I agree with that. But it's the body's job to teach them. I cast down that depression. I cast down that anxiety. I cast down the homosexuality. I cast down these different things that try to come against me from trying to complete my assignment. Each and every person should try to stop these things from stopping them. If these things try to hinder you, you got to stop it, and you got to teach other people to try to do these different things.
And I think people really forget about like I said before, the core of being a Christian is your community.
Yeah.
Because in the Bible, it says two are better than one, because when one falls, the other can pick them up. And it says, when two or more come into my name, I'm in the midst. So the thing is, it's like I'm fortunate enough, after all these years of looking and searching for the wrong connections, that I've actually found connections in Christ, to where I have people that I can call and I'll be like, we need to pray together, because it's a guarantee that God is in the midst, like, and it's not to say that when you pray by yourself that God is not in the midst, because God is definitely listening, but that means that big G-O-D walks into the room with you. Now you got the Holy Spirit wherever, and that's a part of the body of God, but you want big G-O-D to come in, it says God is in the midst. And I know that it's a difference, because it says, even when you don't have the words to speak, the Holy Spirit will intercede.
That's what speaking in tongues is.
Yeah, and so, but the thing is, it's like you have to let it come naturally, and that is really relationship. It's really relationship when you get, and it's just it's like with anything. Once you are filled with something, emotion and conviction and things of that nature, like with me, I know when I get really upset, I stutter, because it's like a rise. And I've only spoken tongues twice, but the 2 times that I spoke in tongues, man, I was like, what was that? And so it's people, I think people's prayer life is down. Yeah, and so it's just like, I used to write down my prayers a lot, but then what I learned is, like, you have to say it out loud, because there's power in prayer always. And it's like even science backs this up. Humans soothe orally. So you either, when you're feeling a certain type of way, when you either eating something, drinking something. Think about how we celebrate.
Or you spoke something.
You go out to eat, you smoke a blunt, you drink, you talk, you cry, you wail. Like it's like, but speaking, of course, is the most healthy out of anything. And it's like, you ever been in a situation with somebody that's really going through something, and you ask them like, are you okay? Or you ask them what happened? And when they finally speak it, they just break into tears. That is science and God. Like, that is, God is telling you why you need to do it, and science is giving you the evidence of it.
The explanation. I mean, Solomon said, "Death and life is in the power of the tongue."
Exactly. And so it's like you have to, like, yeah, like, and that's what I tell people all the time, like, counseling is so essential, because even in the Bible, it tells us, express, what it says is tell your sins to each other, so that way you won't sin anymore. Because it's like I've been in situations where I've said something or did something, and I said it out loud to somebody else, and I'm like, you know what, that doesn't make no sense. I sound crazy. Because you sometimes you have to hear it, and you have to say it out loud to be like, that don't make no sense. Or I've been in situations where I've been on the edge of an anxiety attack, and I had to ask myself, why are you so upset? And I'm like, I'm upset because this, and I'm having a whole conversation with myself. And the anxiety had nothing to do, it couldn't do anything but to subside because I spoke against it. And so it's like my mentor, he's like my mentor, he's my counselor. He always tells me, like, the more you talk about the things that you go through, even if you talk into the wall, and you can talk to God about that, because it says in the Bible, like, cast the fact that anxiety is in a book that's old. The lingo is anxiety. Jesus, and people get mad when I say this, Jesus had anxiety. Don't nobody go pray for 40 days in a garden for no reason, just to connect with God. Because and people don't understand, like, there are garden prayers, and there are table prayers. Jesus did do a lot of praying among the disciples and things of that nature, but when Jesus was getting ready to be executed, murdered, he went into the garden by himself. Because sometimes we have to watch what we pray around other people, because our prayers can deter other people. If the disciples heard Jesus say, my God, my God, my God, if there is any way for you to take this cup away from me, take it away. But he sealed it with, but your will be done. That, if you're watching your leader ask God to take away his assignment, if there's any possibility in your will that you can, because, like, if Jesus like this, he's like, hey, bro, like, I'm gonna, if you want me to do this, I'm gonna still do it. But if there is, like, a way, there's like a loophole in this, I would love to see what's behind that door. Even Jesus exhibited PTSD before he even went through it, because he was all God and all human at the same time. So he knew what was to come. And he had PTSD, but he was afraid, because when he was in his mother's house, she asked him for more wine. And he said, woman, don't you know I'm not ready for that cup? And she like, what you talking about? Can you turn this water into wine or not? Like, be good for something. Like, ain't nobody dead here to resurrect. So at least you can do is make us some wine. So it's like, people need to read their Bibles, because people think that, and they need to get a study Bible, something that's going to help you. Don't just be going through reading it by yourself, because it's very hard to comprehend. Get your study Bible with the description at the bottom. But it's just like, what a blessing it is to know the nature of God, of Jesus, was just a regular person like you and me, half of him. All human, all God, all powerful, but still like exposed to the worries of the world. Like Jesus wept over Lazarus. That's sadness. Even though he knew that he could bring him back from the dead, he still mourned because he saw what it did to the people around him. Mm-hmm. He loved like that's, and it's like, it's anxiety and stuff is going to come in this life. I don't think anxiety starts to become like a demon's playground until it gets to the point where you stop. You stop walking, you stop praying, you stop, when you get so fixated in it, when you don't allow your sadness or anxiety to come like clouds. Clouds are always moving. Clouds don't sit still. Anxiety and depression should be like clouds. They're there, you acknowledge them, and you let them keep flowing. It's when you hold on to the cloud. You immerse yourself, you chase after the cloud. Because sometimes we can chase after our anxieties and depression and things of that nature, because that's gonna happen. But I think it's the symptoms that come after anxiety, the isolation, like,
demons are thoughts though.
Yeah, even with thoughts and things of that nature. But the thing is, it's like, and that's why it's like people are saying, like a lot of people are saying like, oh, God is coming back, Jesus is coming back, it's getting real bad out here. But I don't see it like that. I see God moving people in the right direction to where we can have these conversations now, and people and you can have people have, I think most people, majority of people have at least one person they can tell, like, you know what, I'm about to have an anxiety attack and I need your help. So that isolation is removed, because it's two people. One person is falling while the other person is upright. It's not until we start trauma bonding and going, finding ourselves, linking with other people, because your demons can, be attracted to each other. They start tap dancing together. And that's why community is so important. And it's important to have somebody that you feel like you can tell your truth to. Because if you don't, it's like, if you're not able to be like, I did this because I feel like this, and someone tell you like, that's okay that you feel like that, and it's okay that you did that because I still love you and so does God. That's powerful. And so I see it going, I see so much like with just like you mentioned, like with kids, like, demons like attacking our children, and it's all over TV and things of that nature. And it's like, but we have an authority over that as well. And it's something, because it's like, on one hand, if I had a kid and my daughter came up to me and said, call me Sean, I would call her Sean. Just off of the fact that, you know what? It's like Jesus never pushed anybody away for their belief system. He mingled with prostitutes, thieves, murderers, and like the only time I've ever heard Jesus call anybody out on their sin was the lady at the well, where he was like, you've been married to many men, which means he meant you've had sex with many men, and the man that you with right now, you're not even married to. And she was like, oh, you must be a prophet. And so I think that in order to
But you gotta love people though. You gotta love.
Yeah, in order to heal people, in order to get to people, in order to steer people in the right way, you have to love them and accept them for where they are at right now. And you have to build rapport with them. because at the end of the day, it's like, it's here. And we don't know, just like white, like people that are not Black will never understand or know what it feels like to be Black. Just like body dysmorphia can attack arms, legs, feet. So of course it can attack people's genital, sexual, things of that nature. There's their genitalia. So it's like, yeah, maybe it is spiritual, maybe it is, but we have governance over that as well, and even if we don't ever get to deliver them, we need to be there.
I mean, I personally think like if you there for those people, literally there, not just judging them, I feel like they'll turn in due time, unless they don't want to. Now, if they don't want to, that's something they got to take up with God. But they ain't gonna take it up with God, because they're not gonna ever. The thing is that is an ailment trying to stop them from being the best. I'm not gonna even call a name because they all call themselves different names, but for the best person, you are called to do something. Say you are called to be the president, but since you got these thoughts or whatever it is may be in your head, this gonna stop you from being the president, or this may stop you from being a prayer warrior, or this may stop you from helping whatever. This stuff is put in place to hinder you, to cause you to stumble, and then don't even want to get on the right path. Now, some people, they get on the right path. You know what I'm saying? I have a personal feeling that everybody gonna accomplish it. Well, I ain't gonna say everybody, because I do feel too that some people, this about to be a bold statement too, but I feel like some people, when they die, it's because you're not gonna complete your assignment. And I created somebody else who's gonna do it.
I believe that too. But I believe that for all people, because the thing is, it's like, even like being a part of the LGBTQ plus community, I don't know if there's other letters attached to it, but that is the only sin that you really wear out loud that people can see. Because
you got people who smoke. We just normal.
No, I'm saying like, what I'm hoping to see in the next 10 years is transgender people at church, because there's rapists at church, there's murderers at church.
I see where you're going.
There's liars at church. I mean, please, these churches be full. Sometimes I be feeling like the whole bench is just gonna blow up. And so that is the only sin that you can't really hide or covet, because you are what you are, and so some people, just like it's like some people, they never stop being liars, and it's like they never stop being narcissists. They never stop being thieves. They never stop being abusive. They never stop being lustful of the heart. And it's even to then, it's like people that die without being married but have sexual partners. You never conquer the spirit of having sex outside of marriage. And so when you talk about transgender and stuff like that, it's like, no, like, those people, they're not gonna be able to do that in heaven, because everything's gonna be washed clean. But there are gonna be people that make it, and we need to have an open arms, because whenever we talk about like transgenders and stuff like that, we're like, oh, they want to dress like a girl. But the thing is, God said, aren't you more than what you wear, what you eat? Aren't you this? I clothe the lilies, like you. It says in the Bible, I think it's Hebrews 11. It says, don't worry about what you will wear, what you will eat, and things of what you look like. So to me, I'm like, if a man wants to wear a dress, you know what? It
can't be an epidemic though, because if it's an epidemic, then you're going to cause a situation to where it's going to be promoted in a way that people, like children, and well, I'm saying people.
But the thing is like, people used to think it was a sin for women to wear pants. They used to think that women.
I'm not looking at it from a sinful point. I'm looking at
I'm just saying, like, it being promoted. Like, the thing is, it's like it is
influence.
what it is.
That's the word I'm looking for. Influence.
Yeah, but maybe we will get to a point where that's okay for little boys to want to wear skirts. I can see the benefits. I like a little breeze every now and again, get hot down there. So it's like you have to.
I'm gonna stay away from that myself because I'm not about
to
talk about that. But.
Yeah, I mean, what it's like, the thing is, I think we're worried. People are too much worried about what everything looks like, because all of this is man-made. And it's like, when it comes to like stuff like that, it's like Jesus said it first. Let the first one who has not sinned cast the first stone. When God looks at us, all he sees is us for sin. He's not.
But he sees Jesus. He sees Jesus. He don't see us. He sees Jesus.
But the thing is, it's like we're sinners. We're sinners by nature. So the thing is, it's like I'm hoping to see, different varieties of people with different ailments, because we're already in the church with different ailments. And so that's what I'm looking forward to. But that's a whole different conversation for a different day. But
I understand where you're coming from. I feel like everybody should be accessible to deliverance, and everybody should be accessible to being able to walk with God.
Yeah.
I don't feel like some stuff should be normalized, because I feel like it being normalized provides a situation to promote it and then provide influence for an agenda that the enemy has.
I mean, people promote it. Like, the thing is like, you can say the same thing. Like, and I mean, I had Serenity out of wedlock. I'm pregnant by a man that I'm not married to. So I'm talking to young girls and they're like, "You pregnant?" I'm like, "Yeah, me and my boyfriend are having a baby." And they think, "Oh, Shaudae had a baby with her boyfriend, so that means I can too." That's influence down the wrong agenda. What I'm saying is,
but
bad influences.
I don't feel like that's something that should be swept under the rug either. I'm not saying
exactly. So,
condemn.
But what I'm saying is, I'm saying we're gonna talk about influence of children. We need to talk about all influences, down to the stuff, because I think like it's like I have yet to really find like a pastor. Well, I had watched one sermon where he was like very like, he went through all the sexual sins, and he didn't like stay on LGBTQ. It was like he read the part of the Bible that was like, if you have sex with your sister, you sin it. You sex with this person, this and that. And so it's like, the thing is like influence is already in our children. It is up to us, as because it says in the Bible, lead a child in the way they should go, and they will not deter from it. And the thing is like, even because the thing is, he never said they won't get off track, but they know where to come back to when they do. So the thing is like, if you tell your son, like, it's like, because this is such a hot topic, I feel like if Serenity was like, "Mommy, I want to let my mustache grow, I want to get all my hair cut off, I want to, do this." And I would be like, why, of course you have a conversation with that, but it's like being a woman and being a man is so much more than what you look like on the outside. And we don't know how it feels to wake up and feel like you jumbled up. Like there are people that wake up and think and feel like their arms are not really their arms, and they get them amputated. There was like a breakout case where ladies said,
"You don't think that's a demon?"
It's body dysmorphia. You
don't think that's a demon though?
I mean, demons telling you that your arm is not you. I think it's a mental health condition.
I think that's a demon.
I mean, I don't know.
I think that's a demon.
For me, I try to.
He need to go back to hell where he come from.
I think like people that suffer from this body dysmorphia is something. It's a phenom. Like, it's very interesting, and it's very like, I guess it's very breakthrough, like breaking news, you know, because it's like, to us it's weird, but it's like we don't know how that feels, you know, like. And so
You love them through it, but you also
yeah,
cast the
but I
demons back to
also,
hell.
but I also, and the thing is, the only way for us to do that is for us to connect with these people. So they only talking to other people with other body dysmorphia. And the thing is like, if we don't just go into it and just be like, if Sam changed his name to Sarah, call him Sarah. Because the thing is like, you trying to get to the person, damn the name, what they call themselves, whatever. Because people used to have names like Enoch and all these, you know, stuff. I can't pronounce half of the names in the Bible. Like, it don't even, to me, that doesn't matter. I'm here to connect with the soul inside of the vessel. You do whatever you want to do to the inside of your house, but on the inside, I want you to have food, heat, shelter, clothes, things of that nature. So when I talk to a person and I go beyond what they look like, what they call themselves, any of that, because internally I want you to have the spirit of God. I want you to know that you love. I want you to know that you're respected. I want you to know you have community. I want you to know that you're supported. And I want you to know that even though I don't agree with everything that you're saying, there are going to be some boundaries that I won't cross with you. I'm here. I'm not going to belittle you or talk bad about you. I'm not going to try to hide you or anything else. And if you get to the point, and I'm going to be praying for you, people always trying to get people to tell people, you need to do this, you need to do that. This is this and that. You can go into, just like you can move mountains within your own life, you can move mountains in other people's lives. So you don't have to pray at them, pray for them. And when it says in the Bible, we really supposed to be praying. It says, go into a secret place and pray. That's why people have prayer closets. If that is your MO, pray for that person. Because the thing is, it's like, our view and our scope of the world is so limited. God can use anything and anybody. Anything and anybody. And that is, in no sin has limited anybody. Paul was a murderer of Christians. And he wrote most of the Bible. What? Yeah. The man that was going around, like what? And that is what we need to be basing our thing. If God can use somebody that literally cut the lives of believers short, pulled people out of their destinations, but the thing is, maybe God only brought them there to be murdered, to bring part, and that goes into people's missions and blessings can hurt other people. So you got to be careful what you're doing with your blessing and your mission and stuff like that. But the thing is, it's like, that's another way that God is called to glory. So it's just like, it's like, even if we were in those times, it's like watching Saul turn into Paul. You don't think it was families that was like, what?
It was. They when he came up to them, they was like, nah, it was, they was like, we ain't going.
Exactly. Right. So the thing is, it's like, that's God's way of saying, listen.
Well, I mean, I see what you're saying. I agree with the love. I don't agree with accepting them. No, I don't agree with accepting it fully. I'm not even going to even let that be on record. I don't agree.
And that's why I'm saying, like, there should be boundaries.
I agree with the fact of loving these people and assisting them to get into where God wants them to be. That's what
But what if they don't want assistance?
But that's the demon. But you don't attack the demon, you don't attack the person. Like you just said, you pray against that stronghold. You pray against that stronghold. You pray against that stronghold. You chisel at that stronghold. But everybody also too, like you just said, everybody doesn't have that grace to do that. I don't got that grace to do that. You feel me what I'm saying? That's not my ministry. You feel me? But it's probably somebody, it is somebody that's in the body that went through whatever this person went through that can help them come out of that. And God allowed them to go through this just so they can be able to pull other people out. Like me, for instance, I'm from Cleveland. I know how it is to be involved in certain different things. I have a grace and anointing on my life to be able to talk to certain people, and they listen to me, they hear my voice, they listen to me, they see what I've been through, they see what I'm going through now, and they'll be like, well, if Lamont can do it, I can do it. Now it's up to me to have that grace on my life to help them through this, pray them through this, walk them through this.
Yeah, I just think that it's like people don't be surprised if people never come out of it though. And I'm just like, to me, like for me,
the ones who want to.
I'm not ready to die, but I look forward to death because I just can't wait to just see, I just can't wait to see, wow, I can't wait to, I hope when I get there, I get to have a Q&A with an angel and be like, so what was that about? What is this about? What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of that? Even if we're privy to that information, there are so many things that God has allowed us to know. And there are so many things that God has not allowed us to know to keep us in line, just like any good parent. You're not gonna know everything about everything. And so it's like you have so many people that are pedophiles and murderers and things of that nature. And it's like these people's they die with the heart posture of being attracted to little kids. It's like you cannot be surprised of what happens or what happens or what the condition of a fallen world will do from person to person.
I'll say this too. If I got a desire to kill somebody, right? That doesn't mean I have to do it.
No, you don't. You have that choice. But I mean, the thing is like if somebody ran up in your house and shot your family, it's like it may be a situation where something clicks.
That's why God judges each person.
I think we all hold very sinful and dangerous desires, even if we don't know it. It's like it's something. Sometimes things are so deep embedded in you that it's something that has to click. Something has to happen to pull that part out of you. And I don't know, it's like I just believe that we let a lot of stuff slide when it comes to accepting people. It's crazy. I have uncles that sold cocaine to pregnant women, and they children have come out with disfigures and things of that nature. And it's like we think about all the tragedies that has happened by human hands. And it's like, if I can stand hand in hand with someone, and I know some of their sins, not all of them, I'm not going to remove my hand from somebody because they're wearing their sin out loud. Because that's what it is. It is a sin. Homosexuality is a sin.
I mean, I agree with loving people. I just don't agree with it.
And it's like, just like I don't agree with people that be lying all the time, but here I am in church talking to him, and I'm like, he lying probably. So it's like, what do you do?
No, I think I understand your frustration, because
it's not frustration, but it's just like, but I have boundaries with that person. It's like, yeah, I don't have any transgender friends, but I do have friends that are part of the LGBTQ community, and it's like I just don't feed into it. When it's like I don't have intricate conversations about what they do in the bedroom and stuff like that, just like I would with somebody that's not, LGBTQ plus. And it's like you just have to put boundaries in with everybody, because it's like, rather you a thief, it's like, if I knew that my cousin was a thief, I would still love my cousin. But are you coming into this house? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Boundaries. And I think that's where people have an issue, is when people have boundaries. You know, like for me, okay, you know, you want to dress up like a woman, you want to dress up like a man, do your thing. It don't bother me at all. If my child see it and they have questions, I'm gonna, and the thing is, have that conversation. If your kid's exposed to it, have that conversation. Serenity, how do you feel about that? Do you think that's weird? Do you think that, well, let me explain to you what it is. Or even have your child have a conversation with that person. Do you know how powerful that is? To where they don't feel like, oh, this is something that I have to do. This is somebody's choosing to, because they feel like this is what they need to do. And I don't feel that way. And it's like even to like with like lying, it's like sometimes people lie just off for survival. And it's like, we don't know why people are doing that.
I mean, everybody gonna fall short of glory. I feel like,
yeah. And so let these people, it's like, just because we can hide our flaws and hide behind our bodies and stuff like that, because most of our sins are, you know, what we doing in secret and in hiding or with someone else. It's like
I mean,
I
it's
really think that people be jealous. That they can wear theirs out loud.
I think that pride, I mean, all of that is rooted in pride too as well. That's a whole nother conversation. But pride is something that a lot of people deal with. Some of your most holy people, they deal with a strong sense of pride. And God said,
everybody has.
He said, I hate it. He said, I hate pride. So like, that's a whole nother conversation. But I think that each person should be loved through whatever they go through. And once they are in position to understand that, to really understand what's going on, and they really want to break that off of them. If I'm a murderer and I really want to stop being a murderer, and I know that if I stop being a murderer, this will make my life better. We're not talking about money. We're talking about being honest with God about my walk, understanding that He can do anything, and eventually I'm not gonna murder people. That's just how I feel. Eventually, I'm not gonna murder people.
I don't know. I'm not a murderer, so I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, each person is different.
The thing is, it's like at the end of the day, it says love your neighbor as you love yourself. And what my mentor told me is that when God said that, He's just asking people to have common decency. Common decency. You see a person, you know, struggling, help them out regardless. When you see somebody that is, you know, needing a friend, needing compassion, give that to them. Because it also says in the Bible, you never know when you entertain angels. And so it's just like, the more we push against it, the more people are going to push back. The more we push them away. And it's like, it's not a sin to dress up.
Yeah, I don't say push them away. I don't say push them away.
Because the thing is, it's like, the thing is, it's like, I think it's because it's different. It's like what I said with the women wearing pants. They thought that was a male thing. And when women started wearing pants, it was like, oh my God, this is not it. This is this, and that. And but it's like, now we wear shorts. Hell, like, what you mean? Cheeks out, whatever. But it's like, it's not a sin for someone to dress up the way that they are feeling. The sin is in what they're doing in their private time, if they're doing it at all. We don't know what they're doing in the bedroom. We got people that are asexual that don't even have sex. You know? So the thing is, it's like, it ain't, it's like.
But also, I mean,
I
get
think we
my
need to
point.
get over. I think over time we will get over the shock
Everybody will.
of it.
I think people will, once you let them through whatever they're going through, because it's a reason behind why they do it.
Yeah, but what if they just
That
want
person
to?
that you just said that whatever, something happened to them to make them do that. They didn't just.
I mean, but the thing is, it's like
I'm blank.
I would not be surprised in
I'm
30
blank.
years.
Say I'm blank. Like you said, you didn't just wake up and say I'm blank. Like
I mean, some people have that. Some people are just not are disgusted with humanity. They're not sexual people. I mean, it happens. I mean, it doesn't always have to, just like people think like, oh, like people that choose to.
That goes against, I'm gonna keep it real with you. And this is, I'm glad to start with. There's also, we got to pay attention that certain things go against the purpose of humanity. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, but the thing is like maybe
purpose.
you don't know, maybe that's just maybe the God has made them, because Paul didn't have sex.
Check me out. So when God made Adam, right? God made Adam. You know what the purpose of God making Adam was?
What?
Purpose of
that was his purpose, was to multiply the earth.
No, that was not his purpose. His purpose was to look after everything, basically take care of everything. And once he got to doing it, go read Genesis 2.
Oh, so yeah, well, that was his main purpose, but
once he got to doing it, he seen, he was like, he can't do this by himself. He seen him struggling a little bit. You feel what I'm saying? So he brought to him all the animals, and he was like, find you a helper. That's what made him name all the animals. Then he named.
It's not the same, but mine. As someone.
No, you ain't let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. Because
he named all the animals. Then he said, and it's funny because I was doing my studying a few weeks ago, and I put that in my notes. Then he said, man can't do this alone. Let me make him a helper. Then he got all the animals together, said, find you a helper. He's seen that none of these people can help him. So just a picture this in your mind right now. Just imagine Adam trying to get the giraffe to help him plant. It ain't working. Trying to get the dog to help him subdue everything that's going on. Trying to get him to help him go get water. It's not working. He naming them he probably naming them as their function. Then he was like, this is not gonna work. I'm going to make him someone like him. Put him to sleep.
God also said it's not good for man to be alone.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The reason why he did that is because he's seen that he needed help doing everything.
Right.
And so he put him to sleep, made woman. He didn't even call it nothing. He just like, well, basically, can this help you? He like, yes, this can help me. This is woman, flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone, boom, boom. I should call her woman. And then they went about and did everything. So Genesis 1 tells the overall. Genesis 2 tells the detail, play by play.
Yeah, but it also says that he told them to be fruitful and multiply.
He told them, yeah, but that was so you ever seen a movie and they tell you the whole overall and then they tell you how it happened? Mm-hmm. That's what Genesis 2 is.
No, I get that, but the thing is, it's like I don't see.
But if that's the purpose,
the correlation.
No, if that's the purpose, and then after he introduced them together, he said, all right, then they became one, meaning they had sex. So it would justify to me after that happened, because he had already told Adam what to do. And he already told him, be fruitful, multiply, boom, boom, boom. He already told him, don't eat from this tree. Thousands of years before Eve even came. Then Eve come, he tell her, all right, this is what we got to do. This is what we do every day. This is how it happens. God makes us do this, boom, boom, boom. So my question was for myself to ask God, like, all right, so if Adam didn't need help, would woman even exist?
Yeah, because y'all was gonna need help regardless. What you mean?
But I'm just saying, like, you I'm not getting into that detail, but I'm just saying, like,
that's
so the purpose. If the purpose was for that to be for man and woman to purposely do this, how would any other purpose for man and woman exist?
You have to think about when it, like, you can have multiple purposes, especially when you're the first
I'm talking about the overall general.
The overall general thing is, yes,
even with Noah,
men and women were created to multiply and fill the earth.
However, to watch over it, like people,
but and to tend to it, absolutely. But the thing is, even like all of this stuff is not new. The things that we are experiencing right now is not new. The only thing we doing right now is the same thing that was doing in Sodom and Gomorrah. The only reason why the God hasn't.
I'm glad you said that, because I wasn't gonna talk about that.
Because the thing is, the only reason why God hasn't.
You do know why he burned down it. You know why he burned it down?
Yeah, because they was tripping.
No, that wasn't even. He said he was gonna do it. Abraham prayed. I don't know how many times he prayed, but he prayed a whole bunch of times. Say, don't.
He kept saying, if there's one.
So he said. So he sent his people. Lot, his nephew, was sitting there. He greeted them, brought him in the house. So they was just basically scaling the land. The angels were scaling the land. While they was in that house,
they was knocking on the door and said, "Bring us those men.
Bring us the men out." And then,
but then what did Lot? But the thing is, what did Lot say? Lot said, "Take my daughters."
And they said no. Then the angels was like, "All right, y'all need to get up out of here because we made our judgment."
So the thing is, it's like
we made our judgment.
But the thing is, before God allowed the angels to go down, Abraham did pray a whole bunch of times because he was trying to save his people. He said, because God was going to obliterate the entire place. And then Abraham said, if there are 500, he started with a big number and he was going down. He was like, if there's 500 people, that's not like verbatim, but he said, it's 500 people. And God said, if there's 500 righteous people, I will spare them. And then Abraham was like, okay, what about 250? He was like, if there are 250 people, I will spare them. And he just kept going down, down, and down. And then when the angels went down, God was like, nah, bruh, get your people and get out. And that's why. And then the thing is, it's like, because the thing is,
what's happened.
Exactly, but he was already privy to it. And so with that, it's that like the only reason why God hasn't obliterated the earth now is because he made the promise to never do that again.
Yeah, but what I'm getting to, I'm not even talking about what they actually did. That's a whole nother, but it's just ironic that's what they did. But what I'm getting to is that the perversion. It's like an illness. Like it started off as pride, and then it leads to perversion. And then once it hits perversion, it spreads into all of this stuff that we start to see.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just the thing of living in a fallen world. That's gonna happen. Like decay. Just like if people think that it is new for people to feel like this, there is nothing new under the sun. All of this stuff is just, that's why it says history repeats itself. All of this stuff is not new to God at all. This is not new. This is something that God has already foreseen. God already knew was going to happen. And he just putting people in place to do whatever it is that he wants them to do. But the thing is, there is nothing new on this earth. And it's just like I was saying earlier, it's our responsibility to lead and direct people. But it is in a graceful way. Like, Jesus never ran up.
But that's what I'm saying.
But the thing is, with us running up on people, the way that we've been running up on people, like I've never seen Jesus run up on somebody and be like, or I've never seen Jesus run up on nobody.
But you don't gotta do that to love somebody through their
exactly. But the thing is, when we are giving our opinion, that's not loving somebody fully. Because the thing is, God said love is patient and love is kind. So the thing is, it's like it keeps no tracks of wrong.
I see where you're coming out. You're talking about the opinion.
Yeah. So the thing is, it's like opinions don't live in love. Because the thing is, it's very hard to be patient with people, and it's very hard to be kind to them. Like for those to be the first two, patience and kindness, and it's like it's even with and what I'm like even what I'm getting from like my spirit, is like the whole thing of keeping track of wrongs, you know. So it's not selfish, it's not prideful, it's not this, it's not that. So it's like I think that is like people that are able to love their children even when they are wearing their sins out loud, those are saints, because that's real love. Because you got to be patient. You got to be patient with them. And so with that, it's like,
I never said dog. I really didn't even.
But you can't fully love somebody that you don't accept.
I don't agree with that.
I do.
I don't agree with that, because my father could have 30 children, but I don't accept that behavior.
You don't condone. You don't
accept that behavior.
You don't have to accept the behavior, but you have to accept the person. Like, for example, I know a guy who is currently incarcerated for raping 10 women. And he and we grew up really, really close. And when people ask me about him, I'm like, I write him once a year. And so it's like, even though I don't condone his behavior at all, I still accept him as a person.
But because I don't accept the person though. I said I wouldn't.
But the thing is, there's a difference between it's the difference between accepting and condoning. So the thing is, it's like if you can't pick and choose which sin you're going to condone and accept. Because if you've ever told one of your niggas like, yeah, get her, fam, get her, yeah, do it. Oh, you hit. You're condoning accepting a sin. The only reason why people don't want to accept and condone homosexuality is because it makes them feel uncomfortable. Your friend having sex outside of marriage doesn't make you feel uncomfortable enough for you to tell them, no, you're not supposed to do that. So for me, until you get to the point that you are like, you lying? Nah. You having sex? Nah. You watching porn? Hell nah. When you get to that point where you shouting out everybody else's sin, you don't have the space to go up to a person because they are wearing their sin out loud and it makes you feel uncomfortable to say, nah, I ain't gonna accept that. Because the thing is, it's like, that's why people that watch sometimes it's like, when it comes to influence and things of that nature, yes, that has a big thing to do with it. But the thing is, it's already been messed up stuff in the world, and we've been able to raise children accordingly because we've taught them better than what the world has taught them. It's not up to the person that's a homosexuality, that's transgender, to raise and influence your kids. You should be your first influence. Your kids should be looking up to you, not up to them. So if you're not setting the tone and putting yourself as a statue in front of your children, and if your kid is acceptable to the point where they want to change their sexuality off of something they're watching on TV, with the TV that you bought, with the Wi-Fi that you're providing, you're failing as a parent. Just like I could say the same thing. I listened to rap music, man, Stallion, in the car with Serenity one time, and I'm like, I need to turn this off. Because I'm exposing my child to something. So the thing is, it's what we provide.
I think we said the same thing.
Yeah, but I just really like hate that people do that to them, because I feel like we are like, just again, like, I guess because I'm so used to advocating for people that are like so misunderstood with like kids are neurodiverse and things, that they have a platform now, but they didn't have one at first. I'm just like, nah, like, I'm not standing for that, because like some of the best people I know, engage in same sex, and I don't look at them no different. Some of the best people I know are probably getting busy right now, sinning. And it's like, I'm not gonna condone one part of sexual sin and not condone all of it. I have a whole child out of wedlock. I don't have space to do that. Even though I'm not having out of marriage sex now, doesn't mean that in the future I won't, or in the past that I haven't. And the thing is like, we cannot stand here and just be like pointing at one thing. It's because it makes us, it makes us uncomfortable. Just like when we see a bigger person with, it's like when we see somebody with fat rolls and it's like, it's just a lot of body and they showing it, they got like with Lizzo. It's only bad because it makes other people uncomfortable, because it's pushing against what we know to be normal all the time, but normal changes. And the thing is, it's always been there. And so do I feel like, parades and things, do I think that should be happening? No, but I don't step on that either. I just don't participate.
But can we agree to this? That the reason why all the emphasis is happening is because that something happened to these people that made them do this different stuff and nobody heard them. So now since they have a platform to say, oh, I feel the same way you feel. Well, what happened to you that made you do this? If you sit down and talk to these, I've sat down and talked to some of these people.
But some people say that they were born gay. So what do you say to those people?
Most of them, not most of them. That's what they want. But
every
I've
gay
talked to
person
these
didn't
people.
have some sexual happen to them.
A lot of them done. Somebody done touched them. A lot of them, they when they were around the same people, they were treated some type of way and they felt better with the other group. Some people, they I don't know, they veered off some way or somehow they done tried something, but they are all in agreement with each other. It's not a situation where they just did it. They agreed and they were like, we're going to put this on a pedestal because we all agree and we believe that other people agree with us. Now it becomes a movement. Same thing with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter became a movement. Why? Because a whole bunch of people came together and agreed that Black Lives Matter. This happens with all types of movements. We just see.
Yeah, but the thing is, when it comes, like, if that's, I'm not, we can agree to disagree on that. But the thing is like, even if, let's say 95% of people a part of the LGBTQ community had something happen to them to trigger them into their sexual preference, right? That is a symptom of a sin that someone, that's a symptom of a sin, right? That's something that happens after a sin. It's the effects of a sin, right? So if someone touched you and now you like women or whatever, there it is. However, that's a consequence of sin. That's what it is. The only reason why we hit on that so much, because those are consequences that we can see. There are consequences to all sins. If you live in an abusive home as a child, it may cause you to withdraw into yourself. Consequence of a sin. And to never trust anybody or anything. It may not even it could probably not make you believe in God. Consequence of a sin. But that's something that's internal. That's not something we see out loud unless the person is there. But the thing is like, people, that's a human problem, because the thing is, people go through life going through things and people give them this antidote for it, right? But they never help them get through the process. Like for example.
But that's what I'm saying.
But this is with everything though. So it's like, it's like, and I'm just emphasizing this because it's just something that people are doing out loud. Because like, for example, when you forgive somebody, you have to forgive the person, keep it moving, but that's not the end of it, because then you have to deal with the wounds of what they did. So if I shoot you in your arm and you be like, you know what, things just got a little heated during the podcast and she shot me, and I forgive her, you still have to go to the hospital to get that wound attended to. And if you don't, that wound can get infected and spread to the whole body, to where now it's like you need something more major to do that. So, and yeah. And so the thing is, it's like they are just doing, the people that have been through things and that, and they're, what happened to them as a consequence, and them being homosexual is a reaction to what their new life is. What happened is something that cracks into them, you know? And it's like, we have to give these people grace and things of that nature, because even for like, if you can, like, I can use Black women as an example.
I was just about to say, because
for example, so when Jim Crow was in effect, whatever, well, it's still in effect, but when it was like on paper, they had a man of the house rule. We learned this at Central. They had a man of the house rule where you could get more money than what your husband was making if you didn't have a man in the house. So men were forced out of their homes. And you have to remember, these are people way back when. They having kids at 17, 18, 19. That's a man's sexual peak. I mean, that's a young man. He has to leave his family. So he thinking, if I leave my family, that's another way for me to provide for my family. But he still has all these things going on inside his body. He's still revved up sexually. So what do? He go from house to house to house to house, because he can't stay for he can't stay anywhere for too long. So you have all these families that don't have a father present in the home, and then boom, they drop, and then families come back together after Black people, once again, concrete in the rows, they come back together and they rebound those families. So the welfare, they're like, we don't need the welfare. I'd rather struggle with my husband. You ain't going nowhere. And then women start being like, nah, like, you're not leaving here because it's too hard for me to take care of these kids. The money is not enough. So stay home and we'll figure it out. They started making Black communities, ghettos, the hoods. I just was tweeting this last night. The ghettos and the hoods used to be peaceful places. They dropped cocaine, crack, drugs into our community. Boom. Then you got Black women having to hold down their entire households, because now they are coming through Black neighborhoods and locking all the Black men up, not giving them access to jobs and resources and things of that nature. So they drop this money maker in there, and Black men smart. Black men been about business, and so have Black women. Black people been about our business. We ain't never want no smoke. We just wanted to do what we need to do for our people. We wanted a place in the world. That was it. And the consequence of that sins that we didn't even do, we just reacted to it, to the stimulus around us, created the whole strong Black women, to where there are a league of Black women that really don't feel like they need a man to do anything. There are women that are willing to get pregnant by men and say, you don't have to be here. I can do this on my own, which is not a natural connection of things. So it's the same thing. It's like, all we are doing is watching sin being reacted upon. And there are women that will die still believing that will make it to heaven. There are still men that, like alcoholics and drug addicts. There are alcoholics and drug addicts that will make it to heaven, because they are reacting to the stimulus around them. So when it comes to,
my question, I'm gonna let you.
And we see this all the time. Like, we see this all the time, even when you have like podcasts or TV shows where women are urged to trust Black men and things of that nature. They've already made their mind up. This is what is right for me. This is what I'm going to do for me. This is what works for me. And it's the same thing with LGBTQ. I've been living this life. I've been gang for this long. This is who I am. This is what I'm gonna be. I'm ride or die for this movement. I don't believe in feminists like at all. Like that's just, and I don't believe in it because a white woman made it and she didn't include black women because that's where the whole quote "ain't not a woman" came from. Hello. So black women aren't even allowed to be feminists. But anyway, it's like that's a movement in itself, which is what, even with the white women, they had a reason to create the feminist movement because of the patriarchy of white men. So we are watching people movement. The only movement people really have a problem with is the LGBTQ community. Leave these people alone. Let them have a parade.
I feel like the problem is this. I think this is what all seeing. This ain't got nothing to do with, because I don't even know how we got on this, because I don't even think I brought it up yet. Whatever. Everything, you hit it on the head with sin being a consequence. With consequence from sins. It comes to the point then is like this. To live an abundant life, we understand that these consequences come from different sins. So now it's to the point to where it's like, you have a choice to make. Do you want to continue to live the way you want to live? Or do you want to continue, or do you want to try to live God's way?
But that's the thing is, that's not an easy feat though, Mark.
You might, but if you're supposed to be, just think about this. What if you're supposed to be Madam C.J. Walker, richest woman ever done it? You help all these communities, you help all these people with autism, this and that, third. But the reason why you don't do it is because you wanted to yield to your will instead of yielding to the will of God. How would you? What if we get to heaven and this happen? What if we get to heaven and this happen? Somebody said this to me. What if we get to heaven and instead of God condemning us, what if he shows us a small clip of everything we could have been if we would have did it his way instead of doing it our way? So are we going to start helping people try to be their best self, or just be like, well, you good, we love you. Yeah, I love you, but I want you to be the best, Shaudae. I want me to be the best. I want me brothers to be the best.
But the thing is, there are ways of doing that without condemning people, because the thing is like you're making it seem like it's like that people can go in and flip a switch. Because if it was that easy, say that. No, but I'm trying to tell you how it's coming across. So it's like on like platforms, you have to make sure that you are, I'm just telling you what I'm hearing, right? Because you can mean well and come across wrong. So then you loud and wrong and offensive. Because the thing is, it's like, a lot of people do this when it comes to God, like, oh, you have a choice. You have a choice. But it's like, some people might not feel like they really have a choice. Some people get stuck in that. And if they get to heaven and God shows them what their life could have been, nothing is better than heaven. So you can show me every clip, hug, money, lover, kid that I was supposed to have. As long as you don't tell me you don't know me, let me in the gate. Because I'm here now and I'm ready to party. Because there ain't nothing better than heaven. Being on earth and collecting riches is not my goal at all.
Collecting riches, what if you didn't have to live in turmoil?
But the thing is, it's like I'm here now. But the thing is, it's like I'm sure I don't. But the thing is, it's like we going off of somebody what they think may happen, because we don't even know what happens when we die. We don't know if God even, like, because the thing is, God could be like a principal where you never get to talk to him at all. You mingling with angels. So we don't even know if we're going to even have that opportunity to have that conversation. And that's what's wrong with humanity. We always trying to guess what's next. Just wait until you die, bruh, and just see. But at the end of the day, there is nothing you can do to separate you from the love of God. There is no angel nor no demon. No, there's no. If you are, but the thing is, we talking about saved people. At this point, I'm talking about saved people. I'm not talking about other people
doing this movement. I'm not gonna say they're not saved. They're not living saved. If you in
It's
this
a lot.
movement,
It's a lot of us.
you're
It's
in
a
these
lot of us.
movements and you don't agree that you need to change, you're not living saved. If
Okay,
that's the thing,
there's a lot of people. The thing is, none of us are living saved because we sin every day. The thing
just
is,
because you don't
there is
mean
no.
living
The thing
saved.
is like
Living saved is identifying that you're not living right. If you don't think that what you're doing is wrong and you continue to do it, you're not living saved.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. There are thousands and millions of billions of people that's not living saved. You
said nobody is though.
What?
You said nobody.
I think that we do stuff. I think that we all do stuff
everybody
that we're supposed to do every day.
Everybody falls short, and I want to apologize too because I'm loud. I'm not. When I'm loud, that's how I talk. But
no, loud and wrong is the same. Like wrong and loud is just like the same.
You can't say I'm wrong because we talk about the Bible. Everything rooted in this Bible. But when it comes to the sinning, it's not a right or wrong thing. It's a good versus evil thing. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Somebody can be an adulterer, right? One thing the Bible say, God said, I will judge the adulterers and the whoremongers, which means I will judge the hoes and the whoremongers. Everybody who out here fornicating, do whatever, I will judge them because you don't know why they doing it. This person might have went through a whole situation. Why they doing it? That's what I'm getting to. Everybody do their sins because of whatever reason why they do it or why they picked it up. It's up to the body to come together collectively. We all sin, we all do this stuff. We all gonna hold each other accountable because we all want to see each other be the best person that they supposed to be. And we're not talking about riches. We're not talking about that. We talking about the fact that it's still people out here that struggling sinning. Sinning, when you sinning so much, when you sinning like I just explained it, you in bondage. You don't even, you don't think you're gonna get out of it. Why are you in bondage? But the door is open, but you don't even know the door open because you can't see the door being open. But it's up to the body of Christ to come in like, hey, sweetheart, you feel me? Like, you ain't got to live like that. I'm going to love you through this. I'm not about to condemn you. I'm not about to say you going to hell, but you ain't got to live like this. And it's up to me with my life to demonstrate that she ain't got to live like this or demonstrate he ain't got to live, whatever the sin is. We ain't just talking about that. We talking whatever. Yeah. And by them seeing my life, seeing the people around me coming around, we embracing them. Eventually, that stronghold that's on them is going to break.
Exactly. But the thing is like, make sure you're doing that with everybody, with every sin. That's what I'm trying to get across. It's not that I don't believe
supposed to be doing.
It's not that I don't believe that, but I see how the church abuses people.
That's what we create new church. New church got to be.
And that's what I'm saying. So we on the same.
But it don't need to be a circus where anybody can do whatever they want. They
doing whatever. But the thing is, people are already doing what they want anyway.
It can't.
They're making the contract. The thing is, it said when I remember I was younger. I asked my Sunday. I was going to a church one time, and I asked a lady. I asked my teacher, she said, people that aren't saved are going to hell. Okay. And I posed the question, I said, what about people in countries or in tribes like in Africa and places like Antarctica? Because I'm young, so I'm thinking Africa is just a whole bunch of tribes, people that don't know about God and Jesus. What about them? And she was like, they know. And I said, well, what if they don't?
Let somebody go tell them.
And so
everybody gonna find out before you come back.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. So the thing is, it's like there are different bondages. Bondage to drugs and alcohol, bondage to sexual bondage, bondage of pride, bondage of just anything. There are so many things that can bind you. Your own attitude can bind you. Your culture can bind you. Like us being Black people, like I'm in bondage of disliking like racist white people because I'm supposed to love them too.
That's true. I'm glad you
So
brought
the
that
thing
up.
is, it's like we're all bonded to something, and it's not fair to other people to single them out as just
But
the worst, the worst. And I'm just
I don't
saying this
think people
because
single them out though.
no,
I don't
I'm
think they
and it's
single
like
themselves out.
we are singling them out, because the thing is, if somebody was convicted of rape or convicted of murder and they got out of jail and they came to church, they could sit there and nobody would ever know. There are people in church right now preying on women, men, kids, and we don't know because it's internal. Because someone is wearing their bondage out loud, it makes us uncomfortable. But we as a church need to let that go. Because I'm gonna tell you this, in Dallas, there has been 4 pastors that have renounced being pastors because they got caught up doing some scandalous stuff. From stealing from the church, to sleeping with other women in the church, to sleeping with men in the church. People, when you go into a room with people, you don't know these people. Some of us don't even know our family members through and through, our friends through and through. It is our job to protect and covet these people and leave that's like if you had a daughter and she got older and she moved in with her boyfriend and you was like, I don't think that's a good idea. And she was like, well, Dad, this is what we really want to do. This is what I'm going to do. I'm an adult. I've made my decision. This is what I'm going to do. You say, okay. Because at this point, if you keep going against her, you're going to lose her. And it's better to keep those people close. So when the stuff happens that you know is going to happen eventually comes, you can be that second person to pull them up. Every addict that's addicted to anything, everything, has an epiphany moment where they want to get clean. But so many people shun those people because they're drug addicts or alcoholics that they miss out on that epiphany period. And then you're only going to get so many epiphany periods before somebody kind of settles just into that, this is who I am. Well, homosexuality, I don't know enough. I'm not experienced in that. I don't, even my friends that are part of the LGBTQ, I don't make that my main focus of conversation with them. But I just keep loving them. And I keep praying for them. And I keep doing what I would do for anybody else. Because, yeah, they sinning and I'm sinning too. Them liking, like, China, that's my homegirl. That's my beau. I love her. She's getting married. I'm gonna be at that wedding. I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna sit there and I'm going to support my friend through that. But if there's ever a time that comes up and she says, Shaudae, I don't do this no more. You have to be there regardless of if the epiphany moment ever happens. Because is so much more to being in community with people than to undo their sins. You may not ever get to get somebody to not be a liar, not be a thief, or not be prideful, but you love them as much as you can, because there is so much more to relationship than honing in on what somebody's sinful nature is. Even God doesn't do that. If God is not like, Shaudae, you remember when you did that? I see it all over you. Shaudae, you remember when you said that? I see it all over you. Still doing it. God doesn't do that. So why do we feel like we have the authority to do that to other people? You address it one time. Hey, cousin, son, daughter, whoever, I think I don't agree with what you're doing. I don't really understand it. And I really think, it's really going against what God is telling us to do. But we all go against God. And if there's ever an opportunity, if there's ever a moment that you feel like you want to switch lifestyles, please call me. But we moving forward out of this. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, just because someone is transsexual or LGBTQ community doesn't mean that they don't have anything to add to this life. Doesn't mean that they don't hold spiritual gifts and things of nature, because Jesus used sinners on purpose to show us it don't matter what they look like, it don't matter what they done or what they will continue to do. Because what did he tell? Who was it? That Peter? Who was it that he who said that he told him? Judas. He said, Judas, you're gonna go against me. And he did it. After seeing Jesus, the reason why we even have the book of John is God is showing us, look at what I sent my son to do. He could have been around the apostles and the Pharisees and people that were higher up. He could have hung out with them, but he did that on purpose to show us that all of God's people are worth something, regardless of what's happening, what they've done, the lifestyle they're living, and things of that nature. Because Judas ain't never leave that lifestyle, because before he could even apologize or did it, he had already done it, and he couldn't even ask Jesus for forgiveness, because he died before he could be able to do that. And you think Judas went to hell? No. We are all like sinful in nature. And the thing is like, we have to move on from people's sin. Because when I sit, like I had lunch with some of my homeboys, I don't sit and talk about their sins while we at lunch.
Not supposed to. That's not what you're supposed to.
No. And that's what, and I'm not saying this is what you are doing. That is what Christians are doing to the LGBT community. Acknowledge that these people are gay. They are sinning in your head and leave it alone. Because the thing is, if I came home, if every time I came home, my aunt was like, yeah, you're bringing that wedlock baby? You're bringing that wedlock baby? Or she knows you got a baby from wedlock. You'd be like, well, damn, I don't want to be around this. I don't want to be here. And we miss out on great people because we so focused on they sin. It's like, if we treated every sin the way that we treat people that are part of the LGBTQ community, we would miss out on so many great people. Can you imagine somebody telling me, no, you can't come in here and help me with my kid with autism because you got a baby out of wedlock and that's a sin. You're a sinner. You know how much they would miss out on? So the thing is what I'm trying to get across is, yes, it's a sin. We all know that it's a sin. They know it's a sin. If they are saved, then yes, they do know that it's a sin. Are they making the conscious choice to sin? Yes, they are. But before we say a lie, we know we lie though. And we lie every day. Everything that happens in a natural happens in the spirit first. Do we cuss people out? Yes, we do. But what happens in the spirit before we get riled up? We're already forming the words in our minds to come out of our mouths. We know what we're about to do before we do it, and we choose to do it every day. So we cannot put a bubble around somebody that chooses just to sin out loud. At least they honest. And I think some people are mad at that because you have to live and dwell in your sin like a pig in a pit. And some people are just like that. But the thing is, it's like, I'm not interested in pointing out somebody's sin all the time. Like, because the thing is like, if I had a friend that was transsexual, trans, I would still let them be around Serenity, because you can't influence my kid to do shit. You can't influence that one in there. You can't influence her to do nothing, because she got a mama and a daddy that's gonna teach her. Listen, I am the influence, and I am the ultimate influence for my child, because when my child looks up, when she needs something, she looks at her mom, she looks at her dad. She ain't looking at my transsexual friend for food and shelter and clothes and love and acceptance. Just like me having sex out of wedlock, that ain't gonna influence some little girl to do that. And if it does, that's your mama's fault. It's like Meg Thee Stallion cannot influence my child unless I allow her to influence me and I create the influence for my child. So the thing is, they can say, oh, it's on TV shows. Well, don't let your kids watch the TV shows. But the thing is, when they get into the world and they don't know how to, and the thing is, it's like they're gonna be either when you have a baby, they always tell you to go and expose yourself to the daycare to get all the germs and stuff so you can create antibodies. Without exposing your children to the things of the world, you don't have an opportunity to have a conversation with them. Without conversation, there is no clarity. Without no clarity, what it says in the Bible, a person without vision is like a ping pong, back and forth, pushed by the waves of life, a fickle person. If your kid grow up watching Bible TV every day, all day, and then they go to college, and who knows what's going to be allowed in college when this generation gets to go, if they even go. But when they get into the real world and they find out there are men dressed up as women, and like when you date somebody, you need to ask them, what were you born as at birth? Like, you're not preparing your child. When people go into the armed forces, they go through simulations of war, so they know what to do in an actual war. If you're not equipping your child for the war that is outside, and they're not being influenced and taught to ask questions and have conversations, you may win the battle, but you're going to definitely lose the war. You need to expose your children to stuff like this so you can have a conversation about it. Because it's like, I cannot wait for my child to be 21, 22 years old, and I want her to be like, I need to call my mama and see what she think about this. Because I'm having conversations with her about what is really going on in the world. It's like, if you spend your life shell shocking your kids, and then they see something, that's like, if we never knew birds existed, and our parents are just like, we're just gonna stay in the house, we're just gonna do this, to stay here, outside is bad. Outside is bad. People that dress like separate genders, they're bad. They're bad people, they're dangerous. And it only takes your child to meet one transgender person that is just the sweetest person, period, for them to rebel on everything you taught them. You tell a kid for their whole life that the air outside is poison. If they go outside and they don't die, immediately when they get the air, they're gonna not believe anything that you taught them. So it's like, I don't care what nobody say. Like, am I gonna be like, yeah, Serenity, you should do that? No, I'm hoping that I don't have to do that. It's not my hope that my child would sin, period. But I know that she is. And it's a possibility that the children that we hope to have or won't have or will have, like, they may fall into that lifestyle. What are we gonna do? Are we just gonna focus on it every time we see our kid? We're gonna just be like, ugh. it's like we got to check ourselves. So I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like, if you don't want to be around sinful people, stay your ass at home. Period. And don't talk to yourself, because you just as sinful as everybody. Like, I don't know. Like, I know I'm on my little soapbox, but I just cannot stand it. I cannot stand it, because we listen to music that's promoting, like we promote rape culture and hip hop music. Talking about, I put Molly all in her cut. She ain't know it. What? And I love that song. And I'm not even listening to the lyrics. You don't think I be listening to Cardi B? I do. And when I'm listening to it in my car, and I'm like, oh, yep, but I'm condoning sin.
But
so
I,
me going,
I think
so
I think this is what the best conclusion is. Paul said the carnal mind can't understand the things of the spirit. And we should be thriving and living to live in the spirit. We should be trying to live spiritual minded when we do things. To live carnally minded means we contract to the flesh. We accept the flesh. We accept the things of the flesh. We accept the things of this world. And since we aren't actively as a church body living to live in that spiritual sense of being, that spiritual self, we open the door for the enemy, and we can't dictate what comes in. And
yeah.
what needs to be done at this point, in my opinion, is we need to get it back together. I mean, yeah, we
need to open up the church for everybody.
Yeah.
Because if we open the church up to anybody, we really was doing the whole come as you are, then maybe there wouldn't be so many
come as you are don't mean that's the carnal mind. Come as you are don't mean come as you are and stay as you are.
I'm talking about, as far as like when people say come as you are, they're not talking about clothes and stuff like that. Like,
no, I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about everything.
It's like you have to come at some point. So the thing
you
is,
shouldn't stay as you are.
But you want people to come back. Like,
yeah, but I don't want them to stay. I don't want nobody to be in Christ for 5-10 years and still struggling. If you still struggling with the same thing that you were struggling with year 1 and you in year 10, you're not maturing.
I think that I don't think that, like, there are some, like, then we shouldn't be talking to no pastor, because I feel like most pastors, when they say they be like, not just y'all, I feel like we all struggle.
Everybody gonna struggle. But if I'm still struggling, if I haven't made an effort,
like, you're still struggling on the same level. Like, if you struggle with porn addiction to where you couldn't go 25 minutes without either thinking of a porn clip or watching porn, and then you get to the point where you can go a week without being tempted, and then or you get into a spot where you drinking and the alcohol kind of brings that up out of you. Like, there's ways to be tempted in a way that you get, because the thing is, you're going to be tempted, you're going to struggle with it, but it's the way that you prevail over your struggle, just like anything else. It's like people that are in like Alcoholics Anonymous.
You shouldn't be drinking. Now, year 10, that person you just talked about, the porno addiction, year 10, he knows what contracts him to do things.
But sometimes things trigger you. You didn't even
live in the spirit.
It could be you could be getting into it with your wife, or feeling neglected sexually by your husband or by your wife, and that can trigger you. That's just a new trigger. Like, we're always going to struggle. Like, to me, like, okay, so just like air transparency, like, I'm always going to struggle with codependency, because I went through so many different.
The words got power.
Yeah, but the thing is, I know how to, but the thing is, it's like, that's always going to be something that I have to prevail over, and I have to keep watch of. Because the thing is, but the thing is, if you let me finish, codependency is something that doesn't always go away. And the thing is like the Bible talks about thorns in our sides. There's always like God left a thorn in people's sides to let people know that you can do whatever. It's a separation between men, the humans, and God. Only God can be perfect. And the thing is, there may be some like it's like I don't struggle with like drug addiction or alcoholism or anything like that, or it's like I know how to, you know, do all these things, but it's like you keep prevailing at it until it's a small thorn to where you know, like, okay, this is going to trigger me. I don't need to be doing this. I don't need to be doing that. But I may get into a point where I fall in love with someone and experience heartbreak, which can recreate that codependency moment. But then I have to use the tools taught to me, and I've taught myself to push forward, that I'm not falling back. So it shouldn't be it's just kind of like grief. Like when someone first dies, like they say grief is like a ball, and grief is like a box, and the ball is a button inside the box, and the ball kind of always hits the box, like you're triggered all the time. But then over time the box gets bigger, and then like maybe you cry, you know, on birthdays and Christmases, or when you see a movie. And this has happened to me. Like I couldn't watch movies about people with their mothers for a long time, for almost a year, because I would be drowning in sorrow. So I basically didn't watch TV. But then the box gets bigger. And then sometimes it's like, oh, my mom's birthday just passed, holidays just passed, and it gets bigger and it gets bigger. And the same thing is for all struggles. And when you first identify that this is something that I'm struggling with, the box is really, really small. But when you grow and mature, it gets bigger and bigger, and you're not triggered as much. But the thing is, it's like, even if it's the size of a football field, if it's tilted, you going through something, life happens, it's gonna hit the button every once in a while. And so it's not about maturity, but it's that people fall short of the glory. And it's like I can really see like people that struggle with certain things. You know, you've been sober for 15 years, and then your kid passes away.
That's different though. That's different though.
It's not different, because the thing is, it's like it's
You're
still
not struggling at that point though.
it's still the thing is anything you can't control is a struggle.
Well, I'll use different wording next time. If you are still struggling, is different. When you're struggling with something, well, I'm not going to use the word struggling. What word can I use?
If you have no self-control, if you cannot control, if you don't have control,
yeah, that's a good one. If you don't have control over what you're doing, the same thing year 1 and year 10, you haven't met.
Yeah, and now I can agree to that, because people are, you know,
you haven't put the steps to try to control this. You
don't
control this.
Yeah, and sometimes like some people are like, you know, delivered or whatever and stuff like that, but I think that nobody is fully, like, you just mature. You just like, you never really get over the death of somebody that you truly love. Like people that lose their husbands or lose their wives, like they never really get over the death. Yes, they move forward and they get remarried, but they still have times of sadness and sorrow, and that's still going to be a struggle for them, even in a new loving relationship. And just like with everybody else, it's like, I mean, it is what it is. It's a human condition. You know, you've been doing something for so long and being exposed to something for so long that that's the life that you know. And sometimes it's comfort in that. And people get used to that, I think. And I feel I just really am so like human focused when it comes to spirituality, because I'm all about relationship. And that's and the thing is, that's a part of my codependency as well, being so hyped on relationship, because I just feel like I just feel like I always just think about the way that Jesus handled things, and I never heard like Jesus was so. I think about Jesus at the well with a woman, and he, even though he meant you're having sex, he said you've been married to many men. To be married, you have to consummate the marriage. So we know he's talking about sex, and he was like, the man you with right now, it's not your husband. He really could have dogged her and said, you slept with hella men for money, and you just left a man that you don't belong to. Like it's the wording, it's the grace, it's the gentle reminder that I think that really drew people to Jesus. And that's what I want to be like. I don't want to, I used to, and I think I just learned this like late in 2021. Like, you don't have to be brutally honest. You can be compassionately honest. You can be quietly honest. You can be meekly honest. Everything doesn't have to be balls to the wall in your face. You don't have to be just, because people don't receive that. And if someone was trying to, push me in the right direction, I wouldn't want them to humiliate me in the process. And you can be humiliated just with two people, it doesn't have to be a part of a group. So that's what I really want the church to turn into, where we're not humiliating people, by just like this and that and this and that. Because the whole time it's like, even like I told you, Pastor here, it was a associate pastor here in Dallas. He preaching football teams and all type of things, telling these kids, do this, do this, do this. Meanwhile, you sleeping with 5 other women. What? Sir, if you don't get off the soapbox, I'll push you over. But that doesn't negate and it's like, when we do that, we're not honest and we don't look at our own selves. Now, those kids that probably received something really, really, really good from him, they ain't receiving that no more.
But I think that at that level, it comes transparency. But like I said before, you can love people through their stuff and don't accept the behavior. Period.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm sure he still has people that love and care about him, and he does. And it's still people that's on his side, because you're supposed to love people through their worst moments. Because at the end of the day, it's like the Bible tells us all the time, mind your business. Don't be trying to be all up in everybody's business. Like, take you looking at the splinter in your brother's eye, and you ain't even seen the log in yours. And so God really just be telling us throughout the Bible, it's like, yo, why are you? I want you to be in communication with your brothers and your sisters. I want you to be uplifting them, not tearing them down. People that was trying to stone the prostitute, he said, okay, the first one that has a sin, cast the first stone. We do not serve a God that condones us dogging each other out and calling each other out on our sins. Because the thing is like we're called to be meek. The thing is, it says the meek will inherit the earth. What does it mean to be meek? It's like meekness is quietness, it's emotion under control. And it's like we don't have that in the body of Christ right now, because we're so set on, I want to deliver people to God. And it's like God's like Jesus did that. You don't need to deliver my people nowhere, because Jesus died for their sins. And if the only thing you need to somebody needs to do is believe in their heart that Jesus is our Lord and Savior and died for our sins. That's it. Now, when we get into the intricacies of heaven, wearing, different hats and things of that nature, getting different, what's it called? Like rings or something like that, like different things that you could, there is a hierarchy in heaven that you can get. Yeah. So, but the thing is, if somebody want to be coach class in heaven, let them. You strive.
Allow them I'm not gonna allow them. I'm not going to sit there and not push them to try to be their best selves. That's what.
Well, the thing is, it's like just like with anything, it's like if you sit and you dwell on a person's misfortune.
I'm not gonna dwell on the misfortune. I just look at it as I'm gonna love everybody, but I don't accept. I don't even my own sin.
I mean, I'm not saying, and what I'm saying is like, and I don't want you to think that I'm saying go to, go with your, make friend, go with your LGBTQ plus friend to a gay bar or go to a gay club with them or anything like that, or, go to Pride or anything else. But it's like, I just want it to be said that it's like, you don't have to bring it up every time. People, and that's what people are doing. Every time they see somebody, it's like, oh my God, they're like, what? Leave it alone.
And that's what they're doing. I said that earlier. That's why they're doing it, because they all feel like we coming in camaraderie against the other people.
And because the thing is, it's like if we, it's like the thing is, it's like we can't cherry pick off of what's in and how we gonna deal with this and how we gonna deal with that, because the thing is, it's like we break bread and make jokes about people having sex outside of marriage all the time. I just did it today. Whole joke, laughing about my homeboy having sex with this girl that he said that he wasn't gonna do. Like, so, and I wasn't like, well, God said you're not supposed to do that. So if I have a friend that's a part of that community, I'm not gonna be like, well, God doesn't like homosexuals. I'm not gonna do that. Though. I don't have to. And the thing is, and it's a way for me, and even to me, like I always have to look at my own stuff, because it's like I have to always remember, that I'm human and I'm gonna have biases too, and I need to, check my own biases as well.
You literally don't have to say anything. Like you don't have to say.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting to. But people feel like they do, and they don't. And so what I'm saying is, I don't even know if you're gonna put this part, because we definitely went over time in the part, but it's like I want to be on a platform saying like, shut up. If you want somebody to change, and you doing it for the wrong reason. You're doing it for the wrong reason. You're trying to make yourself comfortable. And if you're uncomfortable with someone being a part of the LGBTQ community, then you got something wrong with you. Because what they doing ain't hurting you. It's not putting you in it ain't doing nothing to you. If it's your kid, you embarrassed by it because other people are judging you, and you need to check yourself. You're embarrassed that your coworkers or somebody else is gonna know, and that's your own pride, and that's your own limitations to who you feel like you need to be, because you shouldn't have to feel like you need to be perfect in front of nobody. And if you're around here talking about gay people all the time and what they doing and what they not doing, and you around here telling people that it's okay for them to have babies out of wedlock, if you not, and you protesting in front of LGBT community headquarters and stuff like that, but you ain't at the NICU protesting babies that's being born out of wedlock, or babies that's being born to 16, 17-year-old little girls by 23-year-olds, and I don't want to hear it. Period. Like, stop messing with these people. If you're not gonna love them and give them an opportunity to do life with you, then just stay out of the way and close your mouth. Period. Because the thing is, you make Christians look so bad. You give us a bad rep. And you're not pushing them into the kingdom of God. You are working with the enemy. Because the only thing you're doing, because the enemy works in isolation. So if he can isolate an entire group of people to where now they feel like this is a normal everyday occurrence, because if we embrace these people from the jump, it probably wouldn't be a whole bunch of people a part of the LGBTQ community. If we believed our kids in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and in the 2000s, and in the 2020s, that they were being molested or raped, maybe we wouldn't be in this conversation. If we actually, paid attention to our kids, maybe they wouldn't be molested by their uncles for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. So who are we gonna take any other responsibility of that? Because that's where if that's where everybody's saying it stem from. Oh, he got touched, so now he gay. Okay, so how does somebody have the opportunity to touch your kid? And even if that happened, that's not always on the parent because things happen. But what did you do after you found out? Oh, you didn't have a relationship with your kid, so they couldn't talk to you. They couldn't express themselves because any other time they try to express themselves, you shut them down. Oh, you was too busy getting, having sex with someone you're not married to, and your kid is in the other room, and now they're hearing you, and now they're hypersexualized. You're watching porn, and you're leaving the tabs open on your computer. Now, who's addicted to what? People always like to just be like, but it's like and it's like even to now, we are condoning rape. We just saw that in Atlanta. 14 years, a man raped 10 girls in Atlanta and died before he can have any justice. What? There are still women and men that don't know their personalities of their kids to where they can see that their kids are acting weird. You got this kid that used to be bubbly and outgoing, and now they're withdrawing into themselves, and you don't sit them down and say, what's going on? Because you're too busy trying to fight off your own demons and things of that nature. So the thing is, it's like, if you're going to be condoning, if you're going to talk bad about anybody, talk about the filth of the generations before us that allowed sex to become the cornerstone of abuse and neglect. It's like, this is the consequence when you allow your cousin, you have 7 daddy uncles because the woman hasn't been able to rectify her sexual orientation or she has insatiable sexual appetite. Like, it's beyond me. To be honest, like, and I was molested when I was 7 by a 14-year-old girl, my cousin, and it's like, I was lucky enough that God had his hand on me, but I struggled through that. I struggled through my, I struggled through my own set of like, am I supposed to be gay? Am I supposed to? Because it's like, I didn't scream. I didn't ask for help. I didn't do that. And it's like, it wasn't until I became an adult that I went to counseling. And it was like, how can you scream when you don't know that something is wrong? How can you, and if you screamed before and nobody looked up, why would you scream again? Kids have a natural way of scaffolding their behavior to get the best results. So if you ask for help one time and your mom's just like, oh, no. Then you ask her second, third time, and she still has the same disposition, or dad has the same disposition, or both parents have the same disposition, that you're bothering them when you're asking them questions, or you're bothering them when you're expressing themselves. When something really happens, they're not going to express themselves. And that's where the enemy comes in. So are the people opening the doors for the enemy, or are the parents? Because I've never met anybody that was abused by an outside source that had parents that were super like, oh my God, we need to get her into counseling. We need to get him into counseling. We need to, go to a psychotherapist. We need to get them the help that they need. We need to go and prosecute these people. We need to bring this to the attention of the courts. We need to deal with this right then and there. We need to have conversations with our children. We need to do this. We need to do that. That came out of that on the other side bad. I never met somebody like that. But I've also never met anybody that was sexually abused that had that, ever. I've never met, and it's like, I think it's like 4 out of 5 women, like 80% of women have been sexually assaulted. Like, what? What are we talking about? If being sexually assaulted changed the way that it was the only trigger that changed who you are attracted to, women wouldn't be attracted to men at all. Period. It's bad enough we scared of y'all. But if that was the only thing to change a sexual orientation, then no women, all women would just be talking to other women, because we just had a president that just was saying that he was gripping women by the vagina. He was friends with a person that's taking underage kids and bringing them to an island to have intercourse with them. So I think that it does have some spiritual play to it, but it's our responsibility. And I'm not about to keep letting people, especially these old Black women and old white women, talking so bad about these people, when it's y'all's generation that started the whole thing. Because y'all all, what stays in this house, stays in this house. Don't be telling everybody our business outside. Somebody needs to be in the business, because you're not handling it.
Oh.
So I don't know. You hit a hot topic for me, because I just hate it. And I don't even have any, like I said, I don't even have anybody close that is transgender, but I just know how it feels to feel like you on the outside looking in. And everybody, and it's like, we treat these people like they zoo animals. Like, oh, look at the transgender woman. Oh, isn't it weird? Isn't it peculiar, exotic? Like, no, it's not. Because at the end of the day, when they die, it's going to be ashes to ashes, dust to dust. From the earth you came, and from the earth you will return. Whatever they are buried in or cremated in is going to be ate up by bugs or incinerated by the fire. And at that moment, it's not even going to matter. Because Jesus died for all of our sins. And unless you are not saved, you have not pronounced Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you got to see, regardless.
The spirit, though, that spirit, man, that's what we all got to be trying to.
Yeah, but it's like, but we have to take ownership. Like, people have to take ownership in that. And how that spirit even got to it, because children are our responsibility. We are the middleman in all of that. So it's like, we're not paying attention. Just like with anything, you go into an amusement park, and the world is like an amusement park. You go into an amusement park, you let your kid run wild without you overseeing them, they can get snatched up. And this is what happens to people sometimes. They in the world like a carnival, and their parents not paying attention, and the enemy sends one of his minions and snatches them up. Because children are innocent. And so that's why I know my life has a greater purpose, because after all the things I went through, I came out, even without the proper counseling and psychotherapy and things of that nature, of which I'm getting in my adulthood. Like, it's a blessing for me to have to use resources to, even though I'm healing from things that happened to me 20 years ago, 15, 16 years ago, it's a blessing that I'm even able to do that. Because everybody doesn't get that opportunity. Everybody doesn't have that same covering as I had. So somebody was praying for me. Somebody knew something was happening. Somebody was in their closet. And that's the things I'm reaping the benefits of an unknown prayer. And that's what we can be doing for people, to where they get to this age and they're like, when I was 15, 16, I really thought that I was this, and that. And now that I'm in my 20s, I don't feel like that. And I don't even know why. So, I mean, just do it in private. Stop trying to pray for people out loud because it's offensive.
That's cool, though. I agree with that. I think once we start praying more again in His Word more, a lot of stuff will change.
Yeah, definitely.
Appreciate you for coming on. You done gave us a whole history lesson.
For a while too.
I appreciate it, though. It was good talking to you.
It's good talking to you too. I'm sure you're gonna cut it up. So
now, I'm gonna let them hear everything you had to say. You feel me? I'm gonna let her hear everything you had to say. You had some valid points in there. Some of the stuff I don't agree with, but I mean, it is what it is.
We can always agree to disagree. It's like I don't come into conversations, trying to push people to my side. It's like it.
I mean, it's gonna get dissected. The only thing that's true is God. You feel me?
Yeah, definitely.
Appreciate you for hopping on. You want to pray us out? Well, appreciate y'all for logging on, watching this. Y'all watch this long, y'all learn something. You feel me? Y'all learn.
Oh, so it's people watching live?
No, it's not live. It's not.
Oh,
live.
no.
You done blew it. They don't know if it's live or not, but yeah,
my bad.
It's recorded. But appreciate you for logging on this God's My Source podcast. We bridge the gap between God, money, family, health, and relationships. I had to throw the health thing in there. I was saying business for a long time, but we need to talk about health. We need to talk about family. We need to talk about relationships. Of course, we're going to have money because God is going to give us to accomplish what we are assigned to do, but that's not our sole purpose while we're here. Our sole purpose is to look after each other, look after this earth, be responsible for bringing souls back to Christ. So I appreciate y'all for logging on. I want to ask Ms. Shaudae, can she pray us out?
Okay. Father God, thank you so much for just being who you are, God, the capital G, God, bigger than anything, everything that we can ever imagine. Lord, we just come to you thanking you for this platform, thanking you for the opportunity to be able to even read and regurgitate and go into conversation about your word and the world that we're living in. Lord, please give us righteous hearts, keep us conditioned in the things that we need to do and on our own purpose, and focus us on the things that are important to your kingdom. Thank you so much. Once again, we appreciate you. We love you. We honor you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Appreciate y'all for logging on. We'll see y'all next time.
Peace.